Chapter 1651, New Predator. The formless ability allowed Serpent to assume the form of any shadow resting in Sunny's soul, inheriting its powers and abilities. The shadow had to be of the same or lower rank and class, which meant that the most powerful form Serpent could currently assume was that of the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace, the terror of LO49. And, in fact, that form was suited for Sunny's goal much better than the Mountain King. However, Serpent had to maintain the transformation with its own essence, and could not sustain such a powerful shape for a long time, let alone constantly. Once the shadow's essence was exhausted, the effects of those powers it had assumed would be gone. In other words, if Sunny had ordered Serpent to turn into the harrowing Sibyl and enthrall a swarm of nightmare creatures, those abominations would have been released from the mind hex before too long. The Mountain King, meanwhile, was merely an awakened tyrant. As a transcendent terror, Serpent could maintain that form almost indefinitely, especially after Sunny augmented it with the shadows. That was exactly what he needed in order to collect a small army of abominable thralls. It was funny, the larvae the Mountain King spawned were dormant beasts. Therefore, his first thrall was also a dormant beast, but one wearing a fallen monster's corpse. What exactly did it make him, Sunny did not know. Nor did he care that much. Come to think of it. Sunny glanced at the towering figure of the Soul Serpent, then at the hideous creature laying obediently on the snow. He sighed. By now, Serpent had to possess at least 2 new abilities since it had risen in class twice while following Rain, and in rank once. But without the spell conveniently informing Sunny about what these abilities did, he had no way of knowing what they were. There had not been a lot of time for research and experimentation, either, while he was traversing the toxic wilderness of the northern quadrant and fighting his way through the depths of the ocean. All he had was a suspicion that one of these abilities had to do with Serpent's weapon form, while the other one had to do with souls and spirit essence. However, he wasn't sure. Well, I'll find out later. Once the winter beast was dead, there would be no serious threats left in the Antarctic center for a while, at least until the powerful abominations in East Antarctica sensed its absence and crossed the half-frozen strait. He even started to enjoy the slaughter after a while. Not all of them died, of course. From time to time, he chose a nightmare creature to be infected with a Mountain King's larva. Slowly but surely, his swarm of thralls grew, which made it harder to hide them. Eventually, he had to abandon stealth and advance forward openly. Sunny hoped that a horde of nightmare creatures would attack him, but sadly, the number of abominations seemed to have dwindled under the winter beast's reign. The great hordes of nightmare creatures were nowhere to be seen. Some must have migrated south, some had succumbed to cold, and some could have even crossed the strait to East Antarctica. Only the strongest and most resilient abominations remained, and these were the abominations Sunny hunted. There were creatures of all kinds following him now. He did not choose the most powerful monstrosities or the most lethal to enthrall, so their combat power was not that impressive. What he pursued was variety of types, shapes, forms, elemental affinities, and resistances. These thralls were not meant to kill the winter beast, after all. They were only meant to help Sunny find a way to kill the creature himself. The further inland he went, the colder it became. There were lesser nightmare creatures around, too, since fewer and fewer of them could withstand the dreadful cold. Even Sunny himself was starting to feel uncomfortable, hiding from the cutting wind and wearing an Anki's mantle to warm himself. By the time he reached the ruins of Erebus Field, the cold was almost lethal. Here in the vicinity of Mount Erebus, though, Sunny could at least breathe easily. The siege capital that had once stood at the foot of the volcano was destroyed by Goliath. The ruins were mostly drowned in lava. The lava had long turned to stone, of course, which was now buried by snow. Still, the heat coming from below the ground made this area a little bit warmer. Standing on a cliff above the snowy plain, Sunny took a deep breath and studied it carefully. It will do. There was no better battlefield in the Antarctic center if he wanted to kill the winter beast. Chapter 1652, Terrible Challenger. 2 weeks after Sunny had returned to Antarctica, he stood on a cliff overseeing a vast scene of devastation. In front of him, a great valley was formed from collapsed mountains and stone debris, the ruinous landscape now covered in ice and snow. This was the place where Sky Tide, Wake of Ruin, and Dire Fong had battled the three emerged titans, Whispering Legion, Goliath, and Winter Beast. The Whispering Legion had been slain, while the other two calamitous abominations drove the saints away. An entire span of the mountain range had been demolished in the process. There were nightmare gates hidden under the crushed stone, without a doubt, or maybe above it. Sunny could not see, because most of the valley was hidden by a raging blizzard. This blizzard was the very same that had once enveloped Falcon Scott, sapping the lives of all its remaining inhabitants. It was the manifestation of the winter beast's authority. The air was so cold that each breath Sunny took felt like he was swallowing a scattering of sharp knives. Not paying it any attention, he was gazing down with an expressionless face, his eyes drowning in deep darkness. His gaunt body was encased in fearsome onyx armor, and that armor was shrouded in darkness. Out there in the valley, far below, a long line of nightmare creatures was advancing into the blizzard. Their movements were still and unnatural, as if they were corpses animated by some unknown force. But, at the same time, none of them showed any fear or hesitation. Neither did they show the demented frenzy inherent to most abominations. They just slowly marched into the snow, stretching into a wide line that seemed to encompass the front of the blizzard. A few moments later, the first of the nightmare creatures collapsed, its corpse swiftly becoming encased in ice. Standing on the tall cliff, Sunny pursed his lips in disdain. Weak. Not that he needed these useless things to be strong. No, their purpose was different, it was to show him which type of nightmare creature was the most resistant to the winter beast's cold. Killing the wretched titan in such a fashion was bound to be much more satisfying. Down in the crumbled valley, the blizzard suddenly expanded, as if coming to life. A terrible wind blew, crushing into Sunny with a chilling force. The wall of swirling snow and ice particles slowly advanced, moving in his direction. A dark smile split his face in half. Look at that, serpent. We seem to have been spotted. He had hoped that hiding in the shadows on top of a distant mountain would be enough to throw the titan off his scent, but he had been wrong. Perhaps the creature had been aware of his presence all along, but did not bother to react until he dared to challenge it directly. In any case, the corrupted titan, Winter Best, was finally rising to deal with the transcendent terror, Sunless. Sunny let out a sigh, then moved his shoulders to stretch his stiff muscles. I guess I'll have to finish the preparations faster. With that, he glanced at the towering figure of the Mountain King that stood in the darkness behind him. Under his gaze, the tyrant suddenly turned into a torrent of black liquid, which then reformed itself into a different, equally ghastly abomination. A spire messenger now stood on the edge of the cliff, its terrifying black beak cutting the wind like a dark blade. The creature's pale body was utterly black, and its many powerful limbs pierced the ice with long, sharp talons. Throwing one last look at the approaching snowstorm, Sunny jumped onto its back. In the next moment, the mighty wings of the creature raised a hurricane, and it shot into the air, carrying him back in the direction of Erebus Field. The snowstorm followed. Chapter 1653, Erebus. The monstrous spire messenger tore apart the gelid wind as it raced across the frigid vastness of the twilight sky. Behind it, a churning wall of dancing snow crawled slowly, devouring the world like a hungry beast. There was a gaunt figure kneeling on the back of the flying monster, clutching at its black feathers with an onyx gauntlet. Sunny did not look back, knowing that serpent was much faster than the pursuing titan. In that, at least, they held an advantage. It will catch up soon enough, though, for new novels. He was contemplating the results of sacrificing his swarm of thralls. None of them had been able to withstand the lethal cold of the winter beast's domain for long, which meant that there was no type of resistance that could help Sunny survive there, at least none he could find in a short amount of time. The thralls had perished swiftly, sapped of warmth of life. Their bodies fell into the snow, slowly turning into ice sculptures. The conclusion, then, was that Sunny had to use something other than a living being to reach the heart of the snowstorm. That would suggest that an undead creature would fare better, but that was not true. There had been a few ghouls among the thralls, and they died just the same. But there is a much simpler solution. He didn't have to enter the heart of the sinister blizzard himself or send one of his shadows. He could simply use an inanimate object. A projectile. Indeed, the simplest solution was most often the correct one. The best way to kill the winter beast was to simply bring down a deluge of ranged attacks on its head, or whatever it was that it had instead of a head. Sunny had not been able to do something like that in the past because there was no telling where the Titan's actual manifestation hid within the vast snowstorm. Now, however, his shadow sense could extend across many kilometers. Even if he failed to find the winter beast's precise location, he could at least pinpoint the general area. That is if that thing even has a physical body. For all I know, it could be a sentient storm. That was one of the risks he had to face. The other problem was actually delivering a ranged attack across such a vast distance. Not only was it physically hard, but the fatal cold and the hurricane wind raging within the snowstorm would become an obstacle. The closer one got to its heart, the worse they became. A split second later, though, the world shook. Cracks formed on the vast field of snow, and far behind him, the mouth of Mount Erebus suddenly exploded with a gargantuan pillar of ash. A terrifying gust of hot wind rolled across the desolate landscape, pushing back the cold for a moment. Then, the volcano shone with an angry red glow, and a fountain of incandescent lava shot skyward with a deafening roar. Mount Erebus was erupting. Of course, it did not just happen to erupt precisely when Sunny needed it. Instead, he had sent Fiend into its depths to find a ripe magma chamber and cause an eruption when the time was right. With Goliath having already destabilized the entire region, doing so was not too hard. And with Fiend's robust steel carapace and fire affinity, he could survive inside a volcanic explosion without much trouble. Granted, the little hoodlum would not be happy with its master once he returned. If both of them survived what was coming next, of course. As the wall of swirling snow approached Sunny from the front, devouring the world, a rolling cloud of ash spread from Mount Erebus behind him. The stench of sulfur permeated the frigid air, cold wind crashing into a wave of heat in an invisible collision. Sunny's hair danced as a vast darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the icy plain in its shadow. As everything around him became enveloped in shadows, a sinister smile appeared on Sunny's pale face. He stretched, and then slowly rose to his feet. The cold darkness dwelling in his eyes finally exploded, turning into vicious glee. Looking at the approaching storm, Sunny raised his fist and said, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage. "Hey, winter beast, do you remember me?" Then, his voice grew calmer, and colder, full of murderous wrath. "Probably not, but I remember you." Chapter 1654, Opening Salvo. As ash rained from the sky and the ground quaked, Sunny inhaled deeply and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. Soon, his mind was flooded with an avalanche of sensory data, almost making him dizzy. He was still unaccustomed to how vast his sight was now. Of course, he didn't actually see anything, but after years of perceiving the shapes and movements of the shadows, it was not much different. Sunny had tested his limits while relying on his shadow sense to stay alive in the ocean, but the dark depths were different from land. They were unfathomable and empty, with nothing but the cold currents to see. Here in the Antarctic center, though, there was almost too much to sense. Further, and further still. Sunny filtered out the useless data to keep his transcendent mind from overloading and reached across many kilometers of cracking ice toward the approaching snowstorm. Soon, he sensed the shadows trembling from the lethal cold. Even they were not spared from the cruel tyranny of the winter beast. Somewhere between 40 and 50 kilometers. This is as far as I can reach. His shadow sense reached further than his actual sight, which was limited due to the curvature of Earth. And yet, it wasn't enough to find the heart of the vast blizzard, at least not until it got closer and enveloped him. Still, it is already close enough for the initial greeting. Sunny extended a hand. A thin pillar of darkness rose from the ground, growing to stand at almost twice his height. Then, it solidified, turning into an inky black javelin with a needle-sharp tip. He grasped and weighed it, looking at the towering wall of swirling snow with a cold expression. He had created the javelin in the image of the siege souvenir, a similar weapon he had once fashioned to slay Goliath. The original souvenir had been made from the quill of a corrupted abomination, while this one was merely a manifested shadow. However, that shadow had been suffused with his transcendent essence, and was thus equal to a transcendent weapon. A uniquely powerful one at that, due to the fact that his soul had been altered by soul weave. Sadly, the shadow javelin lacked the powerful enchantments that the real siege souvenir had possessed. Still, it was not bad for an opening salvo. Exhaling slowly, Sunny took a step forward. Using the full augmentation of his 5 shadows, he infused a torrent of essence into his muscles and tendons, pushed against the ground with his feet, and strained his entire body to whip his hand forward and send the javelin into the dark sky. The moment he threw it, the world quaked again. Sunny smiled. Let's make it a bit more exciting, then. As the first torrents of snow swirled around him and plunged the world into unbearable cold, Sunny raised his head to the dark sky and laughed. A few moments later, his laughter disappeared abruptly, and his face suddenly turned still, only his eyes gleamed with a strange, dark excitement. Something stirred in their depths. And at the same time, the darkness around Sunny stirred, as well. Dozens of inky black pillars rose from the ground, followed by dozens more. They rose into the swirling snow like the fangs of a dragon, their needle-sharp points parting the wind with shrill whistles. Then, just as many tendrils of darkness wrapped around the shadow javelins, turning into inky black hands. Each hand had 7 fingers, ending with sharp claws. Sunny raised a hand, and at the same time, the shadow hands raised the great javelins. He stared into the swirling snow with a cold smile. He was not satisfied with being a transcendent siege engine. To welcome the winter beast, he was prepared to summon forth an entire division's worth of devastating artillery. I'm going to drown you, bastard. Letting out a low growl, he waved his hand forward. The world seemed to shatter from the thunderous roar when countless black javelins tore the swirling snow apart and shot into the depths of the raging blizzard. Chapter 1655, Reign of Destruction. Dozens of black javelins shot into the raging snow, violently tearing a path through the blizzard. Each weighed more than a ton and moved with supersonic speed. The devastation they could visit upon the desolate landscape of the Antarctic center was immeasurable. But much more important than the kinetic force they carried was the mystical force of their transcendent nature. In the world of the nightmare spell, there were rules and laws that trampled reason. A corrupted titan like the winter beast could shrug off a railgun shell, but it couldn't ignore the blade of a saint. Sunny had always known about this odd dichotomy, but only now that he was a transcendent had he gained a hint of understanding regarding it. He had vaguely sensed on many occasions the world pushing against him, and his will pushing back against the world. The higher one's rank was, the more they were able to resist the pressure of the mundane and forcefully exert their will upon the world, as well as other living beings populating it, when 2 transcendent wills clashed. That was why, perhaps, a powerful abomination could survive a nuclear blast, but not a blow delivered to it by an awakened such as him. Because an explosion did not carry an awakened's lethal will. In any case, the winter beast was going to have a problem dealing with the black javelins, both because of the mundane force they carried, and the mystical force infused in them. That was if Sunny could actually hit the creature, of course. Blinded by snow, he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the shadows. His body was assaulted by unbearable cold, the crushing wind trying to bring him down. The wind was growing more ferocious, and the cold was becoming more calamitous by the second. The waves of heat rolling off the exploding volcano lessened the cruelty of the snowstorm a little, but not by much. Counting the seconds, Sunny concentrated on the distant place where the cold was the most terrible. Out there, even shadows could not withstand it, becoming frozen and still. There was a vast blind spot in his field of perception, so, even though he could not sense the body of the winter beast, he knew where to aim the javelins. Come on. There were almost 15 seconds left before his missiles reached the target area. Which did not mean that Sunny would simply wait patiently. Serpent. Responding to his voice, the giant creature turned into a tide of darkness and flowed under his armor. A few moments later, it had already turned into a serpentine tattoo. Curses. The very first javelin had survived more than 20 seconds in the snowstorm. But the force of the wind and the fatal cold were much more dire close to the area where the winter beast was hiding. Some of the shadow projectiles were thrown off course by the hurricane, falling into the snow with thunderous explosions. The rest were swallowed by the cold and sapped of power, turning dead and brittle. Despite how much effort Sunny had poured into them, the speed and power of the black javelins ended up being insufficient. Even if they struck the body of the Titan, they would just shatter into ice without leaving a mark on it. As the fourth salvo shot into the snowstorm, Sunny dismissed the shadow hands and opened his eyes, looking ahead grimly. There was still hope. The winter beast was drawing closer with each second, so the second and third salvos would have spent less time in the blizzard by the time they reached its heart. And yet, Sunny felt pessimistic. Just as he had expected, the second salvo only managed to devastate a swathe of the plain in front of the Titan's intangible fortress of fatal cold. The third one was swallowed without leaving a scar on the storm. He grimaced. No, no. It's for the better. Sunny had been afraid that there would be no chance for him to clash with the wretched creature face to face. No, it seemed that his worries had been unfounded. If he wanted to kill something well, he had to kill it with his own two hands. Was that the saying? As he sighed and took a step back, the fourth and final salvo hit. However, it did not strike the heart of the snowstorm. Instead, each of the javelins struck a particular spot on the vast field of snow, producing an earth-shattering explosion. And in response to that devastating attack, the snow split open across the entire region, unleashing a torrent of angry red glow. Chapter 1656, Into the Storm. The entire region where Erebus Field had once stood suddenly fractured. Vast fissures opened in the snow, widening with each moment. Immense sheets of snow tilted and slid underground, collapsing as they turned into billowing avalanches. At the same time, the fissures glowed with angry red light, and torrents of lava shot from them, devouring the plain. The world was enveloped by a raging blizzard, so no one would have been able to see the awesome spectacle of the fiery cataclysm. Sunny himself only saw flowers of orange glow blooming here and there in the howling darkness. He swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. The chain reaction of chaos and destruction that the fourth salvo of the black javelins had caused was his measure in case a melee clash with the winter beast seemed unavoidable. The terrible heat of the molten lava was not going to put a dent into the titanic snowstorm. Of course, in fact, the lava was already turning into volcanic glass. However, more of it shot from underground. An immeasurable amount of snow had been instantly turned into great clouds of boiling steam, which then swiftly turned into a torrent of hail. The whole world was torn apart by the clash between the incinerating heat and the obliterating cold, becoming consumed by chaos. The cold was winning, of course, but it was also being weakened, even if not by much. Considering that Sunny was about to face the very worst of it, though, every little bit counted. As for the sudden collapse of the snow field, that was Saint's doing. Fiend had been responsible for starting the volcanic eruption, but Mount Erebus was at a distance. If Sunny wanted to drown the winter beast in lava, he had to make sure that the whole region would crack open. That was not that too hard to achieve, considering that the ruins of the siege capital buried under his feet were already unstable. With Saints creating channels for the lava to flow and deepening the already existing caverns, all Sunny had to do to cause a cascading collapse was deliver powerful shocks to shatter the meticulously prepared weak points in the icy crust. After that, nature would take its course. Of course, it was a bit degrading to use a great warrior like Saint to dig glorified trenches. But that was what made the winter beast so vile. Its cold countered most of Sunny's powers and made it impossible for his subordinates to fully exert theirs. I'll just have to make sure it pays for that affront, as well. As he felt the very life being slowly sapped from his body by the killing cold, Sunny took a few more steps back and then inhaled deeply, ignoring the feeling of his lungs being cut by icy blades. Not that far, now. Then, his laughter turned into a chilling growl, and the towering giant exploded forward like a dark tsunami. An entire area of the snow field was obliterated by his initial push. A crushing shockwave spread from the point where Sunny's foot dug into the ice, but he was moving faster than it. faster, and faster, and faster still. The shadow giant tore through the snowstorm as he ran, effortlessly leaping over the vastest of fissures and sending fountains of incandescent lava into the sky when he stepped in them, as if stepping into puddles. His speed increased more and more, until it was as if a black meteor was flying above the snow, moving parallel to it. The bitter cold sank into the towering colossus, trying to shackle him and slow him down. But Sunny simply broke through the cold, even as he felt the outer layers of his shell turn to ice. The heart of the snowstorm was already in front of him. He dove into its terrible embrace, trying to accelerate even more. In the end, the cold was just too much. With his giant body impacted by its fatal force, Sunny couldn't keep up anymore. He lost his balance and fumbled, almost falling down. There was no time to take the next step. And yet, his speed was so great that he was carried forward by pure inertia. That inertia was just enough to bring him into the eye of the storm. There, Sunny finally saw the winter beast. The frozen lips of the shadow colossus shattered into pieces as he bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "Well, aren't you ugly?" Chapter 1657, Heart of Winter. The snowstorm manifested by the winter beast was like a rolling cataclysm, with devastating winds carrying a seething mass of swirling snow and tiny ice particles. Close to its heart, the ice particles were like a myriad of razor-sharp blades, shredding anything that had not been frozen by the unholy cold already. Each of the countless shards of ice had been a part of someone slain by the blizzard once, perhaps. And yet, absolute peace reigned in the heart of the storm. A vast area beyond the invisible fortress wall of suffocating cold was entirely devoid of wind, snow, and ice. Everything was flawlessly still, as if nothing could move in this frigid kingdom, not even the winds of the blizzard itself. With the sky above shrouded by ash, it was dark here, with frozen rivers of lava glowing dimly as they turned to glass. The heat of the underground rivers of molten rock was powerless against the profane power of the corrupted Titan, and yet, it was enough to buy Sunny a second or two more. The winter beast itself was floating above the ground in the middle of its frozen kingdom. When Sunny first saw it, he was taken aback. The creature was eerie and grotesque, unlike anything he had ever seen. Just witnessing it made him feel appalled, as if his senses were trying to reject the existence of such a being. The winter beast could not be called a beast at all. Instead, it was an expansive, ethereal structure made of ice, as if countless torrents of water had frozen when they exploded outward from a hidden source. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so organic. Although the Titan's body was made of ice, it also looked like a living creature. The twisting pillars of ice vaguely resembled parts of a mangled body, limbs, organs, torn intestines, broken bones, and desiccated flesh. It was as though a giant being had been meticulously disassembled into countless parts, and then violently fused together in macabre disorder. There were dark shapes of other nightmare creatures fused into the ice here and there, as well, still and lifeless. The ice was pale and bleak, but the winter beast itself was nevertheless full of color. That was because numerous flowers bloomed on the ice, their petals an intense azure color. The contrast between their vibrant beauty and the appalling body of the creature beneath was hideously striking. Vast plumes of snow drifted from the flowers like pollen, shrouding the winter beast in a frosty haze. It was both beautiful and harrowing, but mostly harrowing. At the very heart of the Earl Abomination, barely visible through the ice, a small shadow was encased in it. Sunny thought that it resembled the remains of a human being, but he wasn't sure. And then Sunny pulled the winter beast into the shadows. "Let me help you off your throne, you abominable wretch." In war, the best advantage one could gain was fighting on a battlefield of their choosing. Sunny was currently in the very heart of the winter beast's storm, where his enemy wielded the most power. So he was going to carry both of them away from this frozen hell. Shadow Step had undergone an evolution during his transcendence, so Sunny could carry living beings with him now. Sadly, he could not leave them in the dark realm of shadows, but he could very well transport them to someplace else in the material world. The range of his teleportation had also increased drastically due to how far his shadow sense could reach. Of course, teleporting a corrupted Titan against its will, and over a vast distance, was going to burn an immeasurable amount of his essence. But it was more than worth it. Come. Come with me, beast. He would have grinned if his lips hadn't been frozen and shattered already. Sunny exerted all of his power to pull the winter beast into the shadows. The Titan tried to resist, but it was of no use. Perhaps if it had reacted sooner, or knew the enemy better, such an outcome could have been prevented, but not anymore. Even when the hands dragging the creature into the darkness turned to ice and shattered, it was already too late. In the next moment, unbelievably, the crumbling giant made of shadows and the appalling creature of azure flowers and pale ice suddenly disappeared from the frigid stillness of the snowstorm's heart. A split second later, both of them emerged from the darkness in the infernal depths of Mount Erebus, plummeting into a vast lake of incandescent magma. Chapter 1658, Burning Wrath. Sunny's crumbling shell and the eerie ice flower of the winter beast's vessel plummeted from the darkness into the vast lake of bubbling magma. The frozen hell of the calamitous snowstorm had been left behind, and although Mount Erebus was already swallowed in its ruinous embrace, the unholy cold did not reach this underground cauldron. However, the winter beast had brought the cold, the snow, and the storm with it. The azure flowers growing from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that the ice had encased were still blooming with plumes of snow, and the creature itself was like the heart of an endless, empty, cold abyss. Several things happened before Sunny and his enemy plunged into the churning magma. First, the vast cloud of snow surrounding the winter beast instantly evaporated. Second, the surface of the fiery lake instantly cooled, turning into black glass. Third, the sudden changes in pressure and temperature, as well as the sudden expansion of a vast mass of boiling gas, caused a titanic explosion, throwing Sunny and the dreadful abomination apart. The explosion shattered the dome of the underground chamber and the crust of the recently frozen magma, which in turn started a chain reaction of devastating destruction. Far above and outside, the erupting Erebus shuddered and quaked, gargantuan stones exploding into the frigid air like cannonballs. A terrifying crack split one of its slopes, and after another cataclysmic quake, the entire side of the fuming mountain crumbled. Letting the wind, the ice, and the snow of the unholy storm pour deep into the interior of the erupting volcano, where the blizzard came into contact with the endless mass of molten rock. A secondary explosion tore apart the snowstorm and shook the very heavens, much more terrifying than the first. As indescribable destruction spread, a towering mushroom cloud rose above the frozen ruins of Erebus Field, dwarfing the first one. All across the Antarctic center, the ground shook. Avalanches rolled down from snowy peaks, and several mountains collapsed. The ice encasing the frozen ocean split open, and towering waves of black water rolled from below. Deep underground, Sunny felt like he was caught in the middle of a collapsing star. Bombarded by devastating concussive waves from all sides, wreathed in incinerating flames and suffocating cold, he moved his damaged shell to dodge the giant boulders that fell from above. The boulders crashed into the crust of frozen magma, breaking it and causing immense geysers of molten rock to shoot upward. Those geysers were immediately frozen, turning into glass pillars, only to be shattered a moment later and collapse in a rain of obsidian shards. It was a scene of absolute chaos, like a chilling glimpse of fiery hell. Sunny wanted to laugh. Did I complain that the battle was not exciting enough? The winter beast was not damaged by the incandescent magma at all, even if it directly opposed the power of unholy cold. Instead, the entire lake of magma cooled, its very heart turning into a vast expanse of black glass. Thanks to that, the Titan was momentarily trapped in obsidian, fused into it like the corpses of the nightmare creatures were fused into the hideous ice of its body. Sunny was full of furious glee at receiving that moment. Using the feather of truth trait of the onyx mantle, he turned himself as heavy as he could, and toppled straight onto the immobilized abomination. With no hands to deliver a blow, he brought his head down on the cracked ice. The force of the impact was so terrible that there was a flash of light, and the entire mountain shook. The dark giant's skull cracked, but the cold carapace of the winter beast finally cracked, as well, a myriad of ice shards flying away. It moved, easily breaking free of the obsidian lake. The gargantuan stalks of ice moved as well, wrapping around Sunny and pulling him closer to the ice. At the same time, ice spikes formed below him, shooting forward to impale his mutilated shell. The upper part of his broken head was already fused with the ice, turning still and brittle from the frost. Almost immobilized, Sunny was being swiftly assimilated into the winter beast's body. All around him was pale ice, painted beautifully in shades of vivid azure. He was caught. Caught exactly where he wanted to be. Instead of trying to free himself from the icy tomb, Sunny used his broken limbs to push himself further down, into the fracture that he had created in the frigid carapace of the profane titan. And there. He snarled, and used his bared teeth to bite down ferociously on the vague shape at the heart of the eerie ice creature. Chapter 1659, Hour of Reckoning. The skull of Sunny's battered shell had cracked, and the upper part of it had fused with the ice. That part was torn off when he pushed what remained of his body into the fractured ice, spilling shadows like a tide of black blood. But his jaws were still intact. With most of his limbs gone and his colossal body swiftly turning into ice, Sunny let out a frenzied growl as he opened his skeletal maw and bit down on the small silhouette encased in the heart of the winter beast's appalling vessel, slicing it in half. A moment later, his teeth exploded into a rain of ice. His mutilated shell was far too damaged, and would have already crumbled if it had not been fused into ice, becoming a part of it. His soul was cold enough that even the terrible pain ravaging it had been swallowed by a peaceful numbness. That peace was a herald of death. But none of it mattered. Because the moment Sunny destroyed the source of the winter beast, the abominable sculpture of ice that served as its body shuddered. And then, it started to crack. He heard a gleeful laughter ring in his mind, breaking through the haze of stillness that was consuming it. Glee, triumph, vindication, pain, sorrow, guilt, hatred, countless emotions were fused into that laugh, creating an eerily disturbing mixture. Sunny recognized the laughter as his own. Or was it a scream? He was laughing, because the winter beast was dead. There was no nightmare spell to celebrate his idol, but Sunny had sensed a trickle of shadow fragments entering his soul. The harrowing titan, winter beast, the bane of the Antarctic center and the executioner of Falcon Scott, the abominable horror that had stolen the lives of Sunny's soldiers and taught him how unbearably crushing a defeat can be, was gone. Slain by his own hand, no less. Vengeance was so sweet. But that sweetness was also so indescribably bitter, because it carried the memories of what it was exactly that Sunny had longed to avenge. Ah! Imprisoned in the depths of a frozen shell, Sunny cut off his senses for a fleeting moment. Left alone in the darkness, he whispered. There was no sign of the vague silhouette that he had bitten in half anywhere in sight. It must have turned to ash like the rest of the corpses fused with the abomination. The remaining ice, what had been the innermost core of the Titan's body once, was not melting, but neither was it radiating a sense of fatal cold. That cold was there, still, but now, it seemed to be contained within the ice instead of spreading outward like a curse. In the flaming darkness of the obsidian lake, the mystical ice looked almost like frosty metal. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed, coughed violently, and summoned the covetous coffer. He placed everything inside, the soul shards, the fragments of frozen shadows, and the pieces of pale ice. It's over. The winter beast was dead. He had settled the score and avenged himself. He had avenged everyone else, as well. His business in Antarctica was finished. Suddenly, Sunny looked tired. He glanced around, his gaze a little lost, and then asked quietly. Now what? Of course, there was no response. There was no one to respond, either. In the silence of the obsidian lake, Sunny rubbed his face tiredly and closed his eyes. I'm tired of this place. Not the depths of Mount Erebus. Not the ruins of the Erebus field, and not even the Antarctic center. Sunny felt tired of this world. Nothing was holding him back here anymore. And so, he decided to leave. A dozen seconds later, his figure disappeared from inside the broken volcano, and off the face of the earth. He would not return to the waking world for 3 long, lonesome years. Chapter 1660, Fragments of a Fleeting Dream. Cassie slowly closed her eyes and turned away from the young man sitting in front of her. His delicate appearance, polite demeanor, and modest smile were so unlike the frightening, unhinged demon she had witnessed in his memories. Witnessing one's memories was a strange affair, because what had been and what people remembered were usually two different things. Memories were vague, disjointed, and fragile, like the fragments of a fleeting dream. Some were vibrant and deeply etched, some were dull and shallow. Some were bright. Most were full of sorrow. But the Shadow Saint possessed an unbelievably clear memory. It was striking, second only to Cassie's own now that she had transcended. It was as if nothing he had experienced were ever truly erased, at least not the details of the memory he had chosen to show her, which must have been important to him. What an irony, then, that his whole existence had been erased from the world. There was a problem with reading his memories, though. Firstly, the way the man who called himself Sunless perceived the world was simply too strange. Even Cassie, who was uniquely suited to having multiple points of view and had already experienced the way he sensed his surroundings through her ascended ability, found herself feeling dizzy from the avalanche of unfamiliar sights and sensations. Secondly, and more importantly, there were countless gaps in her recollection of what she had seen. Those were the moments where the young man pretending to be a humble shopkeeper thought, spoke, or felt something about the places and events that had been erased from everyone's memories. In the end, what she had witnessed, or rather, could remember witnessing, was even more disjointed than the memories of ordinary people. The chilling images. A young man with alabaster skin crawling from the black water on the cracked ice, his eyes brimming with unfathomable darkness. The eerie city where a terrible slaughter had taken place, but only emptiness remained. The days of slaughter across the desolate expanse of the abandoned continent, the snow turning crimson from the spilled blood. An aloof figure observing from a cliff as an army of enslaved nightmare creatures marched to their deaths into a raging blizzard. The furious battle under the slopes of an erupting volcano, the harrowing strength both the monster and the man had shown. The culmination of it all, and so much more. Cassie scowled. Why was it so hard to cling to the very idea of it? She had to know. Countless thoughts surfaced in her mind, clicking together as they assembled into chains of logic. The frozen siege capital, it must be Falcon Scott, the fallen bastion of the Antarctic Center. He had returned there as a former member of the 1st Evacuation Army. That winged beast he used as a mount was unmistakably a spire messenger. I was right, after all, he was with us on the Forgotten Shore. However, the Fire Keepers only joined the southern campaign after the Antarctic Center was swallowed by the Chain of Nightmares. Which means that he was never one of us. What relationship did we have? This strength, was he one of Gunlog's lieutenants? A prominent hunter of the outer settlement? Someone who paid tribute to live in the castle, like Kai and Aiko? He could have been sent to the Forgotten Shore the same year as Cassie and Nephi's, but that was exceedingly unlikely. There had been only 3 people who reached the Dark City that year, Castor, Nephis, and Cassie herself, due to being dragged along by Nephis. Or, no. Had there been someone else? Her memories were vague, which meant. Her train of thought broke apart and faded, even the memory of having such thoughts disappearing from her mind. She vaguely sensed what had happened and tried to retrace the steps of her logic, but to no avail. So, Cassie continued to think. And find more places to fill the void. Sunny's smile dimmed a little. Why would I harm Changing Star? She is the cornerstone of my survival, after all. And therefore, the integral part of my plans. The blind seer raised an eyebrow. Your plans? And what are you planning exactly, Lord Shadow? Sunny? He laughed, then abruptly fell silent. After a while, Sunny spoke in a subtly insidious tone. Well, the future might be unknown to me, but one thing is certain. Very soon, there will be a war for the throne of humanity. Anvil, Kisong, maybe even that third one. They will clash, and knowing Changing Star, she will insert herself into that clash, somehow. To slaughter them. He shrugged. So, why not make sure that when the dust settles, she is the one sitting on the throne? That is my plan. To hand her the crown. No matter how I feel about changing star, I absolutely despise those 3 ghouls, not to mention that I absolutely do not trust them to keep me alive. So, there's that. Cassie remained silent, facing him with a frown on her delicate face. Eventually, she turned away. Time is short. The moon will disappear soon, so we must hurry to leave. I'll be waiting for our meeting next month. A crooked grin twisted Sunny's lips. As you wish, Saint Xianxia. He rose, ready to activate Shadow Step, but then stopped. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then coughed and asked awkwardly. Oh, about that memory you wanted to commission. I am really quite good at making those, you know? Cassie tilted her head in confusion, then blinked. Right, the memory. Of course. I'll send someone to you in a couple of weeks, with all the details. She took a step forward, coming practically face to face with Sunny, then placed her hands on his shoulders. Pleasure doing business with you, Master Sunless. He coughed. Ah, yes. Likewise, but, why are you holding me? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then elegantly raised an eyebrow. Because you need to teleport me out of this terrible place? You weren't thinking of leaving me here, were you? I hope not. Chapter 1661, Missing Light. In the courtyard of the Nameless Temple, a lonely figure was sitting on the black marble plates, shrouded in shadows. It was a young man with alabaster skin and onyx eyes, clad in an intricate suit of fearsome armor. His hair was long, and darker than a raven's wing. In front of him, a frail tree was growing in the darkness, its branches brimming with wilting leaves. Sunny studied the tree and sighed. It's not doing well, despite my efforts. The tree was missing sunlight, what little of it there was in the outskirts of NQSC, from where Sunny had stolen it. But it was resilient, just like the people there were. It had clung to life for a long time in that godforsaken place, and now it continued to do so here, in Godgrave. Sunny felt guilty towards the tree. It was the one he had cut 2 lines into to mark the passing of his parents. After claiming the Nameless Temple and coming back to the waking world, Sunny visited NQSC and took the tree away from the pitiful park where it grew. Of course, he replaced it with a different one. People of the outskirts did not have a lot of vibrant things to look at, and he didn't want to rob them of another one. Not that it mattered too much. Most of the settlers who chose to pass through the dream gates were not citizens, but those who had been discarded by humanity and hoped to find a better place for themselves in a different world. As a result, the outskirts of NQSC were much less crowded than they had been in his time, and would only grow more desolate as time went on. In any case, the familiar tree stood in the courtyard of his citadel now, and Sunny often came to tend to it, or gaze at it as he contemplated various matters. It seems that Valor and Song have started preparations. It won't be long now. He sighed, then closed his eyes and dove into his soul sea. Such a simple thing, but it had taken Sunny more than a year to find a way back into the soul sea after being banished from the nightmare spell. Even then, he could only enter it after concentrating and meditating for a long time. At least for a while he could do it on a moment's notice once again after another year of practice. The soul sea looked the same as it had before, but also entirely different. The vast expanse of silent water was the same. The 6 lightless suns hanging above it were also no different. Fiend was the easiest to deal with, in that regard. All he needed was to devour powerful creatures or potent mystical materials to grow. Granted, his stomach was truly bottomless. The rascal had been feasting on all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures for many years, but only advanced to the supreme rank recently, after consuming that great demon some days back. All of his attributes and abilities had grown stronger, but Fiend had not gained any new ones yet. The secret to Serpent's growth was also rather simple, since that shadow had always been unique. Its rank depended on how well Sunny had mastered Shadow Dance, while its class was equal to that of its master. Sunny could not receive Aspect Legacy relics anymore, however, he could still advance in his mastery of it. When that happened, Serpent would become supreme as well. Granted, he was wary of diving deeper into shadow dance due to losing his true name. Meanwhile, Nightmare had already become a transcendent terror, reaching the same class and rank as Serpent. It had taken Sunny a long time to figure out how to make this shadow of his stronger in the absence of the Nightmare spell, but the solution was simple. Nightmare fed on the dreams of powerful creatures. He subjugated them, but could also consume them. That was how it could reach a higher rank, even though the process was slow and fraught with danger. The way for the marvelous mimic to grow was also not that hard. It could produce soul coins by devouring living beings. Those soul coins could be used by anyone to strengthen their soul, but if fed back to the Mimel, they would strengthen it instead. However, Sunny did not really need Mimi to rise in rank, for now. The most important traits of the marvelous Mimel, the volume of its dimensional storage and the intricacy of the shape it could assume, depended on the potency of its master's soul, not the shadow's own. And finally, there was Saint. Looking at her, Sunny sighed. She was the only one he didn't know how to nurture, yet. In the past, Saint grew in rank by consuming memories with the help of the spell, but now, there was no way he knew of to strengthen her. As a result, his very first shadow had remained a transcendent devil to this day. Of course, as far as transcendent devils went, she was by far the most deadly one he had ever seen. But is it enough for what is to come? Sunny didn't know. Hearing someone walk across the marble floor of the dark courtyard, he dismissed the images of his shadows and left the soul sea. It seemed that he had a visitor. Chapter 1662, Bridge Builders. Sunny opened his eyes and summoned the helmet of the onyx mantle, hiding his face. Its visor was not as ferocious and earl as Weaver's mask, but it was also fearsome. Deep shadows dwelled in the crack of the visor, hiding his eyes, and the black plume of the onyx helmet moved slightly in the wind. A moment later, the darkness of the courtyard was dispelled by soft light. Sunny did not move, waiting for Nephi's to approach. Of course, he was observing her through the shadows. A dull pain suddenly pressed on his heart. She has changed. The source of light was Nephi's herself, a ball of white flame dancing on her palm. He remembered that she had used a few memories to produce fire and light in the past, after returning from her second nightmare, to spare herself the pain of calling upon her aspect. But now, it seemed, that was not the case. She reached him and remained silent for a few moments, looking at the frail tree with a slight frown. Soon enough, her gaze grew a little confused, and then cleared. Is that a mundane tree? Sunny nodded. Indeed. I'm afraid it is not doing well here, in the dream realm. Away from warmth and light. He had tried many ways to substitute both through sorcery, of course, with little success. Nephis remained silent for a moment. The aspect of one of my people, Shakti, has to do with nurturing plants. I can ask her to take a look. He turned his head slightly, staring at her with his own pair of eyes. That would be appreciated. She smiled faintly and looked at the wilting leaves. I must admit, though, I never imagined someone like you would feel sentimental about a tree, Lord Shadow. Sunny tilted his head. Sunny sighed behind the visor of his helmet. Ah, it was so dark and peaceful here before. Apart from those brief few days last year when a handful of scared sleepers resided in the nameless temple, his life here was rather peaceful. It wasn't going to be peaceful much longer. Sunny moved a hand, and the shadows rose from the floor, forming a detailed terrain map of the known part of the dream realm. The firekeepers stared at it for a few moments, then coughed and put the paper map they had brought away. Sunny approached the dark map and stared at it for a few moments. The hollow mountains rose like sharp fangs from the marble floor. Far to the south, a black castle stood in the middle of a black lake. A great bridge connected a tall peak to a formidable volcano, with a beautiful black palace perched at one of its ends. Below it all, a black ship drifted in a sea of darkness. Many lesser citadels were scattered here and there. He was looking at something else, though. A black skeleton with its head resting on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Nephi studied the map, as well, then let out a barely audible sigh. Finally, she said in an even tone. The war between the sword domain and the song domain is inevitable. There is no connection between the two over land, and the House of Night is clinging to its neutrality despite the desperate attempts by both great clans to forge an alliance with them. Which means that a land bridge must be created, and will be created. She pointed to the black skeleton. That land bridge is Godgrave. The great clan that conquers it first will have the ability to launch an invasion into the territory of the enemy. Even if a full invasion is impossible due to how well fortified the enemy is, the side controlling Godgrave can harass the adversary, disrupt supply chains, conquer weaker citadels, and strengthen their domain while weakening the other. Nephi looked at Sunny. So, Lord Shadow, you must understand what it means. He remained silent for a few moments, then said with cold indifference. It means that neither side can allow the enemy to take Godgrave. So, this death zone will not be a land bridge to start the war, but instead the battlefield where the war will be fought. And therefore, his peaceful life was as good as over. Chapter 1663, Domain War. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, staring at the map. Then, a hollow chuckle resounded from the depths of his black helmet, sounding a little sinister in the darkness that shrouded the silent hall of the temple. Fighting a war in Godgrave, what a brazen act of madness. Ah, but I did not expect anything less from the great clans. The fire keepers glanced at each other, sensing a hint of contempt in his cold voice. Eventually, one of them said stiffly. We are representing one of the great clans too, you know. Lord Shadow. Sunny simply turned his head, staring at him. The fire keeper trembled under his gaze, looking away from the impenetrable darkness nestling in the visor of the onyx helmet. It was as if there was no person inside the fearsome black armor at all. Nephi, however, only seemed curious. She looked at him and asked, her voice even. You have a relationship with the great clans? Well, of course she was curious. Logically speaking, a saint like Sunny could not have appeared without brushing sides with at least one of the great legacy clans. It was much more likely that he had served either Valor, Song, or Night directly in the past. He was independent now, and seemed to harbor resentment toward the great clans. Anyone would be curious to know the reason. Sunny shrugged. A relationship? I guess. Although it might be called a one-sided relationship by some. He turned his gaze back to the map and made the shadows move. The mountains crumbled, the sea of darkness vanished, and the black skeleton grew larger, reaching the size of an average human. Everything else disappeared, leaving only Godgrave and its vicinity in sight. So, how will the war start? 4 new novels. Nephi remained silent for a moment, then turned to the map, as well. Clan Song is already building a road to the right hand. They will use it to scale the skeleton and establish a fortress on its right shoulder. Valor is also moving its forces, aiming for the left hand. They will be delayed a little by the need to build a bridge. The left arm of the colossal corpse was broken, a vast distance separating the ulna and radius from the humerus. There was a significant difference in height, as well, so construction of the bridge would take some time. Nephi continued. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. There will be a fortress established on the left shoulder of the giant, and its ribcage will become a war zone. Of course, fighting under the open sky is dangerous. But the hollows are not something the soldiers of either of the clans can handle. At least not in the initial stage of the war. Sunny tilted his head. The initial stage? She nodded calmly, studying the black skeleton with intense focus. Nephi seemed to have noticed that the shadows drowning the great hall moved slightly. She shook her head. So, Lord Shadow, you must understand that maintaining the neutrality of your temple will be hard. Possessing a citadel at the very start of the war is too great of an advantage. No matter what else my elders might desire, they'll be most passionate about this point. Sunny laughed. Oh? No, actually, I think it won't be hard at all. He tilted his head a little. No matter how greedy they are to have my citadel, they are much more wary of seeing it fall into the enemy's hands. So, if they don't want to agree to my suggestions, why, I can just go and offer my services to Song. The queen's daughters might prove to be more accommodating than your elders. Oh, and they are also very easy on the eye. One of the fire keepers coughed, prompting Sunny to wonder if there was something wrong with his lungs. Nephi's tilted her head and stared at him, most likely considering the blatant threat. After contemplating for a while, she asked. And I'm not? Sunny froze. What? Nephi's had a look of contemplation. You said that Kisong's daughters might be more accommodating and are easy on the eye, alluding to the fact that both of these factors are advantages Clan Song has over valor. But I am also King Andal's daughter. Meaning, that I'm at a disadvantage, in that regard. Are you hinting that Clan Valor should make more concessions in the negotiations, due to my poor looks? Now, Sunny felt that there was something wrong with his lungs. Desperately suppressing a cough, he tried hard to present a cold and aloof front. Damnation, is she having one of her moments? No, she must be teasing me, right? When he spoke, his voice was slightly dull. No. Your beauty is radiant and blinding, Lady Nephis, I wouldn't dare. She looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. Really? It's good, then, oh, but if you prefer, I can ask the elders to send Morgan here, next time. Chapter 1664, Search and Rescue. Sunny was internally cursing himself for deciding not to wear Weaver's mask today. Someone else was cursing him, as well. The fire keepers were keeping their voices down, but they underestimated the hearing of a saint. That guy, who does he think he is, critiquing Our Lady's appearance? Says the man who hides his face behind a mask. He must be as ugly as a toad. Frivolous. And shallow. He gritted his teeth behind the visor of the onyx helmet. What toad? What the hell is a toad? My face is so handsome that it can fund an entire business, you good-for-nothings. What did these fools know? Outwardly, though, he remained cold and detached. Even if it took some effort. Having a secure base in an otherwise deadly region is already enough of a boon. If Valor wants to claim my temple, they can come and conquer it. Or rather, they can try. The last words sounded especially sinister. His tone didn't change, but it sounded exceedingly threatening all of a sudden. Nephis kept silent for a bit, then shrugged. I see. Do you know of any other citadels in Godgrave, then? Advanced knowledge of their locations can be just as important. Sunny glanced at the black skeleton. There are none on the surface. There are a few in the hollows, though. I've seen a couple from afar. As for the Sea of Ash, even I am not brave enough to descend there. She seemed interested in what he had said. You've explored the hollows? Sunny nodded. Somewhat, but not extensively. It is a deadly place. The fire keepers paled. If even a saint who lived in a literal death zone called a place deadly, then it had to be worse than hell. Nephis lingered for a while. Eventually, she nodded. I think I know enough to make a report to the elders. It's time for us to return. Before she could finish the sentence, though, there was a loud noise. Fiend shifted slightly, the infernal flames igniting brighter in his eyes. At the same time, a tall and graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. A sleeper? Yes, I am, Walt, you are Saint Nephis. Changing star of the immortal flame. Lady Nephis. What are you doing here? He paused for a moment, then added shyly. And where is here? Are we close to Bastion? She kneeled in front of him and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. A soft radiance enveloped them, spreading into the sleeper's body. The wounds covering it started to heal, and an expression of deep relief instantly appeared on his face. The sleeper stared at Nephis with wide eyes. His eyes were full of stars. Sunny shifted slightly. What is that bastard staring at, with that expression? But then, he had to mentally slap himself. Was he really feeling jealous of a poor sleeper? Nephi spoke in a tone that was considered soft, for her. We are in a distant and extremely dangerous region of the Dream Realm. My warriors and I are here on an important mission. You are fortunate to have met us, young man, otherwise, I'm afraid your fate would have been sealed. The young sleeper remained silent, looking at her with a strange expression. Sunny sighed. I did not think that any of the sleepers survived this year. Last solstice, I happened on a few and helped them escape. There seems to be just one survivor this time. His voice sounded cold and uncaring. Nephi spared him a glance, then turned back to the young man. Don't worry. The worst is behind you. You are safe now, we will take you back to the waking world. He took a shallow breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then desperately shook his head. And no. No, you mustn't. I'm not the only one. There are others, as well. We hid ourselves and clung to life for many days, but then, there was no more water. Someone had to go out to try and find help, and I volunteered. Sunny sighed behind his helmet, already knowing what was about to come. The sleeper grabbed Neff's arm and said hoarsely. Please, Lady Nephis. You are changing star. Please save the others. Sunny was indignant. The spell, it has some nerve. First, it had abandoned him. Now, it was using him as a babysitter for unfortunate sleepers. He shook his head slightly, then asked, his voice grim. Those others you mentioned. Where are they? Chapter 1665, Alone in the Dark. As it turned out, there were 2 other sleepers somewhere out there, hiding under the roots of a dead tree in the hollows. They were well outside the Shadow Realm's fragment and inside the bones of the colossal skeleton, which made the potential rescue problematic. In fact, it was miraculous that they had survived for so long. Too miraculous, maybe. While the fire keepers were calming the dirty teenager and giving him food, Sunny stared at him coldly. He had already studied the sleeper's soul, making sure that he was indeed a dormant human. But why were Nephis and her people so careless? He glanced at her, then asked, his voice emotionless. How do you know that he's not one of Skinwalker's vessels? Nephis, who was standing a few steps away from the sleeper, shrugged. If he was an abomination, my flames would have burned him, not healed him. Sunny raised an eyebrow. It made sense, her soul was immune to corruption, so the flames of her soul did not tolerate it. Granted, Nephis had not yet mastered that aspect of her powers to such a degree in the past. Alright, he's not Skinwalker. That didn't mean that the sleeper was harmless, though. He could still be a body Mordred decided to wear, granted, that was very improbable. It would be exceedingly hard to find a sleeper just a few days after the winter solstice, let alone drag one to Godgrave. And while Mordred was powerful, it would be harder still to traverse Godgrave in a dormant body, even for him. So why was the sleeper so strange? Sunny walked forward, and although he did not say anything, the fire keepers instinctively parted before him. The sleeper looked up, his eyes suddenly widening in fear. My lord. Stopping in front of the teenager, Sunny looked down without saying a word. How strange. Even though he could see the dirty young man, he could not sense him. It was as though there was no one there was no scent, no presence, not even a shadow he could perceive. Was that why he had not sensed what Saint was carrying until she was already in the temple? The corner of his mouth twisted upward. Is that your aspect? The sleeper flinched, then looked down. Why yes, my lord. I am not good at anything except for hiding. But hiding. I'm really good at it. Sunny tilted his head. She smiled faintly. Firstly, I'm not planning on dying here. Call me arrogant, if you wish. Secondly, aren't you being a little hypocritical, Lord Shadow? No one forced you to rescue the sleepers last year, and yet you did. Not only that, but you even escorted them all the way to the territory of Clan Song. So, please forgive me, but I know that you are not as heartless as you want to appear behind that mask. Am I, really? Sunny frowned, deciding to act more tyrannical in the future. She turned and looked at him, her smile widening a little. And most importantly, because I want to. That's the only reason I need. Sunny let out a chuckle. Ah, there it is. She doesn't change. He shook his head. What if all of this is an ingenious plot to lure you into the hollows, alone, where I'll have an easier time disposing of you? What if I've already struck a deal with Clansong? Aren't you afraid of following me into the darkness, with no one to cover your back? Nephi remained silent for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. Shouldn't you be afraid of following me into the darkness instead? This citadel of yours is very valuable. What if I already received orders from Clan Valor to eliminate you and make it my own? Sunny stared at her for a bit, then let out a cold laugh. Now that you mention it, I probably should be afraid. But, what a pity, I've been foolishly fearless as of late. There was a sinister note in his tone, as if he was inviting her to try something. Nephi smiled. Being enslaved by fear is more foolish. With that, she threw one last glance at the sleeper. Her expression changed subtly, switching from composed languidness to a state of cold focus. It might be for the better. I'll instruct my people to tend to your tree while we're gone. That said, time is of the essence. I suspect that these 3 sleepers only lasted that long because of this young man's aspect. He volunteered to venture out of their hiding spot thinking that he's the best person for the job, but the remaining 2 might be in danger without him. If they are still alive, we must find them as soon as possible. Sunny nodded. Fair point. Go talk to your people and find out what else they've learned from the boy. We'll leave as soon as that is done. While Nephi talked to the fire keepers, he lingered for a while, observing her. His mood was rotten. Damn it, I didn't want to reveal what is hidden in the hollows to her, so soon. Chapter 1666, Wandering Temple. After getting all the information the frightened sleeper could share, Sunny and Nephi let him rest. Without wasting any time, Nephi headed for the exit from the temple. However, Sunny led her into its depths instead. Soon, they reached a set of stairs and descended underground. The nameless temple was larger than it seemed from outside, because it had a vast basement level. In fact, it was almost a perfect copy of the grandiose upper level, with its own great hall, auxiliary rooms, and inner sanctum. There were a few differences, of course. For one, there was no altar in the underground temple. There was no path to the courtyard, either. Instead, a towering gate was cut into the marble wall, covered by intricate engravings. When Sunny and Nephi reached the underground hall, it was bathed in impenetrable darkness. Even the radiant light of the flames burning on her palm could not dispel it. Sunny didn't want anyone to see what was hidden there, yet, and so, he shrouded everything in the deepest of shadows. And for a good reason. As Sunny had found out after conquering the nameless temple, all citadels had something special about them. Some special qualities were minor, while some could do truly stunning things. Sunny called them components. He was not sure if these components were innate to the ancient strongholds or something added to each by the spell, like the gateways were. Perhaps it simply built upon what was already there, strengthening existing traits and making them easily accessible by humans. However, what Sunny did know was that only a saint that bound the citadel to their soul could command it, making use of the components. The spell made the process easier for them, most likely. As for Sunny, he had to sort everything out himself. Luckily, it had not been too hard. As far as he could tell, the nameless temple possessed 2 components, both of them rather powerful as far as citadels went, not on the level of the Great Citadels or the Ivory Tower, of course, but far more prominent compared to lesser ones, like the Sanctuary of Noctis. The first component of the nameless temple was rather straightforward. It was the invisible guardian. The creature, unseen and imperceptible, had been killing anyone and anything that tried to enter the temple, before Sunny showed up, that was, walking across ancient bones. He suspected that it allowed him to pass because of his attribute, the flame of divinity. Just like it had allowed him to enter the temple in his first nightmare because his soul carried the mark of divinity. Sunny did not want anyone to know that his citadel could travel, yet. He would only be able to share this secret with Nephi once she trusted him enough to keep that information from the King of Swords. And so, they walked through the darkness until they reached the great gate. Nephi did not say anything, allowing Sunny to pull the heavy gate open. Behind it was a smooth surface of white bone. At first glance, it seemed that the gate did not lead anywhere except a dead end. However, there was actually a narrow crack in the ancient bone, just wide enough for a person to pass. The fissure was just as dark as the interior of the underground hall, and the wind blowing through it brought with it a sweet smell of rotting leaves. Nephi's frowned. That fracture leads all the way to the hollows? Sunny nodded. Indeed. She hesitated for a moment. Won't your citadel be invaded from below, then? He walked toward the dark fissure and turned slightly to fit through. It won't, you'll see. Not satisfied with his answer but unwilling to ask further, Nephi sighed and followed him into the damp darkness. Chapter 1667, Disarmed. Following the Lord of Shadows, Nephi was descending into the depths of Godgrave. The fissure was narrow and twisting, permeated with the sweet smell of rotten leaves. At times, she had to sidestep to push forward, the polished metal of her breastplate scraping against the white bone. Her taciturn guide was calm and indomitable, seemingly unconcerned about entering the hollows. She was calm, as well, the part of her that would have been wary had been swallowed by the pain. A ball of white flames was dancing on the palm of her gauntlet, illuminating the path ahead. She was used to that pain. Bathed in the white radiance but drowning in darkness, the Lord of Shadows seemed especially mysterious now that they were alone. Clad in the fearsome onyx armor, with his face hidden behind the visor of a black helmet, he looked more like a powerful nightmare creature than a human being. Cassie had not been able to glean any information about the master of the Dark Temple. If not for the fact that the three powerful creatures serving him were transcendent, and not corrupted, Nephi would have entertained the thought that he was an abomination. There were other reasons why she did not, as well. None of them spoke for a long time. Eventually, though, the earthy smell grew stronger, and the Lord of Shadows halted. A warm wind blew past them in the direction of the citadel. He remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to face her. The visor of his helmet was full of impenetrable darkness, and his even voice was aloof. I have a request, Lady Nephi. She met his dark gaze and raised an eyebrow. The darkness in the visor stirred slightly. Dismiss your weapon before we proceed. Nephi was surprised. She tilted her head slightly, then asked in a calm tone. You want me to enter the hollows without a sword? The onyx helmet moved slowly from side to side. You can have a sword. Just not this sword. She hesitated for a few moments. That strange request was loaded with meaning. The sword Nephi used, Kinslayer, was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier. Much more importantly, it was a very special weapon. Not only was its durability equal to that of a supreme memory, but it had also been altered by the King of Swords himself. But they were not as powerful as she was, and so could not really lessen her burden. The only exception was Cassie. Without her quiet strength and friendship, Nephi might have collapsed a long time ago. But Cassie, too, was her subordinate. And, therefore, her responsibility. Yes, that burden was something Nephi had chosen to carry herself. And yes, it was her own unreasonable ambition that was the cause of everything, most of it, at least. And yet, sometimes, she couldn't help but feel suffocated by the depth and intensity of her own desire, surrounded by enemies and laying awake at night, unable to sleep. Nephi was a human, too. She felt weak sometimes, too, even if she tried her hardest not to show it, as well as many other things she felt. So, if there was really someone out there who was as immensely strong as the Lord of Shadows seemed to be and shared her hatred toward the sovereigns, someone she could rely on to stand side by side with her in the face of danger. Ah, it was a thought as sweet as it was dangerous. She wasn't even entirely sure that the Lord of Shadows was a human, let alone that he could be trusted. And yet, for some reason, unexplainably, she found herself really wanting to. Why do I feel this way? It's not like me. If they could really become allies. Forget about it. Following the aloof saint into the darkness, Nephi frowned slightly. In this world, she could only really rely on herself. Everyone else would either betray her, abandon her, or stay by her side and perish as a result. From her childhood and to this day, that had always been the truth. And that was all right. She did not need anyone, because she alone was enough. Her will was enough, her strength was enough, and her scorching longing was enough. It was plenty. It's strange. It would have been wonderful if she really had an ally, a partner, even. But she didn't, and had never. And yet. Strangely enough, the Lord of Shadows gave her a sense of unexplainable familiarity. Because of it, trusting him and in him was oddly easy. Nephi's was wary of that ease. Maybe that is one of his aspect abilities, too. Chapter 1668, Hollow Bones. Sunny pushed his body through the last stretch of the narrow fissure and suddenly found himself in a vast open space. He took a step to the side, clinging to the porous surface of the ancient bone, and allowed Nephis to follow him onto a treacherous ledge. She couldn't see because everything was still shrouded in impenetrable darkness, but below them, a whole hidden world was stretching as far as the eye could see, full of vibrant life. They were currently inside the breastbone of the dead deity, which was comparable in size to a modest continent. Just like the rest of the bones, it was hollow, encompassing a realm of its own. The bone marrow that had once filled the vast expanse of the sternum's interior was long gone. And in its place, a dreadful jungle had grown. The humid air was filled with an indescribable mixture of strong scents. Below them, an impenetrable canopy of countless trees was swaying like a vermilion sea, most of them alien and monstrous, with vibrant red leaves. Primordial ferns towered like blooming towers, with vines and wild bushes rising between the craggy trunks like walls. Blood-red moss covered everything like a soft carpet. Sunny could not really see colors in the darkness, but he knew enough to guess. Outside the fragment of the shadow realm, the jungle shone with its own pale light, so he had seen its true appearance. Here and there, colossal pillars of abominable flora rose to the dome of the sternum, attached to the cracks on its surface. Those were the tendrils the jungle had extended to reach the sky. It used them to drink diffused sunlight when the clouds hid the sun, regrowing them every time they were incinerated. And, of course, there were all kinds of vile things dwelling under the canopy of the subterranean jungle. Hordes of powerful abominations lived here, corrupted, great, and even cursed. Some of them were enormous and grotesque, some so small that it was hard to notice them with a naked eye. All had been baptized by the dire need to be born and grow on the surface, and only those lucky and vicious enough to reach maturity could descend into the hollows and hope to survive here, away from the merciless gaze of the incinerating heavens. The dark jungle was utterly deadly, and most deaths one could find here were utterly horrid. That was the place where Sunny had brought Nephis after being apart from her for 4 long years. Not exactly romantic. He sighed secretly, then turned his head to look at her. Nephis seemed unperturbed by the darkness, the scent of the jungle, and the indescribable choir of rustling noises that washed over them. There was a calm expression on her beautiful face, her slender body was relaxed, and the point of the sword he had given her was aimed at the ground. The white flame dancing on her palm reflected in the depths of the calm gray eyes. For a moment, Sunny thought that there was a shadow of some sharp emotion in those eyes, but then, it was gone, replaced by her usual reserved composure. How far are we from the ground? But he did, in a sense. Sunny shook his head. We are safe, for now. As soon as his voice was swallowed by the noises of the jungle, though, they heard a different sound. A deep, hoarse, heavy hiss of something giant breathing. Nephis raised her sword, ready to strike. But there was no need to. A moment later, the trees in front of them parted, revealing a small clearing. On it, a hideous creature was laying on the carpet of moss and rotten leaves. Its body was like a hill of scorched flesh, with terrifying muscles bulging under a rotting black hide. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but the huge head of the nightmare creature resembled that of a jackal, the slightly parted jaws vast enough to swallow a whole building. The towering fangs glistened with a golden sheen, and behind them, a black tongue was hidden, covered in sores and scars. A great monster. Strangely enough, the abomination was not moving. Its giant eyes were closed, while its breathing was deep and sedate. There was no sign that it had sensed them. Nephi stared at the monstrous being for a while, then glanced at Sunny. He was treated to a rare sight. There was a hint of doubt on her fair face. "It's asleep?" He glanced at the nightmare creature, then nodded. "Of course, it's asleep." Not paying the great monster any attention, Sunny walked past it with cold indifference. "I'm the one who put it to sleep, after all." Chapter 1669, Questions in the Light. Sunny walked deeper into the jungle, allowing his shadow sense to permeate the rustling darkness. Originally, this place was like a nearly impenetrable barrier, with thick vines and dense undergrowth barring one's path. Not only was the flora plentiful and terribly dense, but it was also predatory and lethally dangerous even for a saint. But now, the abominable plants were still and docile. There were paths cut through the jungle, as well, even if no one except for Sunny himself would have noticed them. As such, he managed to maintain considerable speed, getting further away from the nameless temple with each minute. They had to hurry to maximize the chances of finding the two sleepers alive. As the two of them traversed the jungle, they encountered more sleeping nightmare creatures. There were hundreds of them, if not thousands, many of the great rank. Walking among the slumbering horde of abominations must have been a tense experience for Nephi, considering that the power sleeping under the nameless temple was truly dreadful. Perhaps even a sovereign would have been given pause after witnessing it. Sunny was calm, though. All of these nightmare creatures were in the thrall of the dream curse, lost in nightmare's lesser dream domain. Their souls were locked in a maze of nightmares, unable to escape, for the most part. Exceptions happened, albeit rarely. The dream curse was silent and insidious. It had slowly infected every abomination in a wide area around the nameless temple, and because of how subtle the spreading plague was, very few of them had noticed anything amiss before it was too late. Lulled to sleep, they became trapped in nightmares. Those who had been able to resist the dream curse were disposed of by Sunny, a great demon being the last of the abominations he hunted down. The rest were now at Nightmare's mercy. If they died in his domain, their souls would feed the shadow, pushing the tenebrous stallion closer to supremacy. But if they continued to live, their dreams would strengthen his legion of horrors. Of course, there was a possibility that an especially ferocious abomination could destroy all of his nightmares, like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope, but the chances of something like that happening were low. Not only were nightmare creatures less resolute than Sunny had been, but the current nightmare was also much more powerful than he had been all that time ago. The weaker of his horrors were being destroyed, but the stronger ones slowly took their place. As for the Dark Destrier himself, he was currently busy with a very important and sensitive task. After a while, Nephi suddenly spoke. "Would you mind sharing how you put all these abominations to sleep?" Sunny smiled behind the visor of his helmet, suddenly remembering their first meeting on the forgotten shore. He kept silent for a few moments, then answered neutrally. "I would not, if you shared something as well." Nephi simply nodded. "That seems fair." Sunny contemplated the answer, then spoke simply. "There is another transcendent terror serving me. His powers have to do with dreams, and nightmares. It took a long time to lull the inhabitants of this corner of the jungle to slumber, but it couldn't be helped. My citadel would have never been safe if there was a constant source of danger underneath it. Now, I only have to worry about the enemies coming from outside my territory." Nephi let out a sigh. "I must admit, I am a bit envious. My luck with echoes has never been great." It seemed that way, but actually, if she stopped giving all the echoes she had earned to her companions and followers, the situation would have been different. Of course, Sunny possessed a unique advantage. Unlike echoes, his shadows could grow and evolve to higher ranks. Otherwise, his retinue would not have been anywhere near as powerful as it was now. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny said, "I have another question." He guided them to a barely noticeable path. The white radiance of Nef's flames was stark as it chased the darkness away. The darkness retreated, but not far, revealing the vibrant vermilion moss and the red vines growing on the twisted trunks of ancient trees. As soon as the two of them passed, the darkness returned, swallowing everything anew. Sunny sighed. Do you know the legend of Odysseus? Nephi seemed surprised by his question. Sure. Why? He spoke without turning his head, his cold voice remaining emotionless and even. Odysseus has been gone from his home for 20 years. Everyone thought him dead, and many suitors arrived to propose marriage to his widow. She refused them for a while, but they insisted that she must make a choice. One of them was meant for the throne of Ithaca. Sunny paused for a moment, then continued. Eventually, Odysseus came back and infiltrated the gathering of the suitors disguised as a beggar, bringing himself into the very home where his enemies dwelled. None of them recognized him, assuming that he was weak and posed no threat. They were wrong. The jungle rustled around them as his voice turned a little sinister. Odysseus then ruthlessly massacred the suitors, not sparing a single one. Not only that, but he even viciously killed the maids who had been deemed disloyal. A river of blood was spilled on that day, and scores of people lost their lives, their bodies sliced and mutilated. So, my question is. He stopped and turned, facing Nephi and her pure white flames. Isn't Odysseus too cruel? She looked at him for a while, her beautiful gray eyes filled with dancing flames. Eventually, Nephi said in her usual calm tone. You've never hated anyone, have you, Lord Shadow? It seems to me that you are a very kind man. He laughed. That is a first. I've been called many things before, but kind. I don't think I've ever heard this one. He turned away and continued walking deeper into the jungle. You are wrong, by the way. I know hatred, too. I am a very hateful person, in fact. Granted, his hatred was probably not as scorching as hers. Chapter 1670, Welcome to the Jungle. The fragment of the Shadow Realm was vast, its darkness drowning not only the surface of the dead god's sternum, but also swallowing a considerable stretch of the abominable jungle thriving in its hollow depths. The dream curse had lulled the nightmare creatures populating the area to sleep, so it was relatively safe. Sunny and Nephi moved with sufficient speed, reaching the edges of the fragment in a matter of hours. They could have been much faster, of course, but he used that time to teach her about the dangers of what lay beyond. The jungle is hidden from the gaze of the sky, but it is much more dangerous than the surface. The nightmare creatures of Godgrave are all born on the surface, yet only those who are strong enough to survive their descent into the hollows. Here, they can exist indefinitely, in theory. In practice, they are all cannibals. The competition for water and nourishment is fierce, so the inhabitants of the jungle constantly fight and devour each other. Nightmare creatures were known to battle among themselves. It was only in the presence of humans that they united to destroy the uncorrupted first. It was much worse in the hollows, though, where every abomination was of a type that had to satisfy its hunger often. Life and death came swiftly, and only the most vicious ones lasted for a while. His tone remained indifferent. Only the strongest and most fierce abominations get to descend into the jungle, and only the most ferocious of them get to survive here. It's a boiling pot of horror, where appalling monsters endlessly fight against each other, and only the most dreadful of them gets to live. As a result, the average power of a nightmare creature from the hollows is truly daunting, and has been constantly growing for centuries. Nephi sighed behind him. Doesn't it remind you of something? Sunny shrugged. It's a bit like a demented, accelerated version of evolution, I guess. She looked at a sleeping abomination nearby, a contemplative expression on her face. I was thinking that they are just like us. He remained silent for a moment. I'm not sure I follow. Nephi looked away from the nightmare creature and used her sword to slice apart a thick vine that barred her path. Her voice sounded a bit wistful. Slowly, the impenetrable darkness around them receded. They were approaching the boundary of the fragment. Not long after that, the true appearance of the subterranean jungle finally revealed itself. Sunny and Nephi stopped, looking at the wild expanse of vibrant forest in front of them. The hollows were mostly dark, but there were towering pillars of light falling from above here and there. Those were the cracks in the dome of the ancient sternum. Currently, each was connected to the jungle by colossal tendrils of vines, moss, and vermilion growth, each functioning like a twisted sky bridge. When it rained on the surface, great waterfalls fell from the cracks, washing over the jungle and causing devastating flash floods. When the veil of clouds was torn, the vertical bridges ignited in a grandiose conflagration and turned to ash, which rained on the jungle and fertilized its soil. The cracks in the bone weren't the only source of light in the hollows either. The jungle itself glowed with dim crimson light, many iridescent plants growing in the damp darkness. They were feeding on diffused sunlight through the vines extended to the surface, and then slowly released it, emanating light and heat. The sight of it all was alien, eerie, and frightening. But also darkly breathtaking. Letting out a quiet sigh, Nephi dismissed her flames and studied the jungle for a few moments. Then, she closed her eyes and listened to it. Eventually, she said, "I don't think we'll make it in time if we proceed on foot. Should we fly?" Sunny glanced at her and hesitated for a moment. "I'm not that great at aerial combat, at the moment. Flying will be much faster, yes. But also much more dangerous." Nephi thought it over, then nodded calmly. "Then, let's fly." Chapter 1671, Fear the Sun. According to what the sleeper had told them, his two friends were not very far from Sunny's territory. However, they were well beyond the reach of his shadow sense. It had taken the youth 2 days of wandering to stumble upon the fragment of the shadow realm, where he was picked up by Saint. The only reason he had survived such a journey across Godgrave was because Nephi and her people had burned away most of the nightmare creatures on the surface, clearing a path to the vicinity of the Nightmare Temple. Sunny could traverse the distance a sleeper could walk in 2 days in a couple steps, but using Shadow Step in such a manner was bound to consume a vast amount of essence, especially if he had to bring Nephi with him. Transporting her and 2 more humans all the way back was out of the question, unless he wanted to find himself severely weakened in the middle of a death zone, not to mention sabotaging his other 2 avatars. In short, he would rather move in a less wasteful manner. Flying suited him fine. As Nephi was summoning her beautiful wings, Sunny extended his shadow sense outward. He was cautious about exploring the abominable jungle. There were many nightmare creatures here who could feel his gaze, and were not shy about gazing back. Soon, his expression darkened. "We will proceed slowly." The white wings appeared in a gust of wind. Illuminated by a soft radiance, Nephi raised her hands to tie her silver hair up. Stopping what she was doing, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, slightly confused. "Haven't we decided to fly in order to save time?" Sunny stared at her for a couple of moments, then slowly looked away. "Yes. But if something truly powerful notices us, we'll be stalled. Maybe even forced to escape. So, we will traverse 12 kilometers or so at a time. I'll scout for danger when we stop." He pointed to one of the vine bridges stretching toward the dome of the hollows. "Head there first." Nephi remained motionless for a few moments, then nodded and bent her knees slightly. Then, she jumped powerfully, raising a gust of hurricane wind with one flap of her wings. Sunny dissolved into the shadows and followed her as a black crow. The 2 of them soared above the dense canopy of red leaves and flew swiftly to the distant pillar of vines. 4 new novels. As they did, countless gazes followed their flight. "Not good." Nephi glanced at him briefly, but did not say anything. He extended his shadow sense forward once more, sensing several truly powerful adversaries hiding under the thick canopy not too far away from their position. One was already ascending the sky bridge, hidden from sight by the mess of red leaves. The best way to proceed would be. He jumped off Neff's shoulder and glided forward, taking a smooth turn to the right after a couple of seconds. She followed. Just like that, they hopped between pillars of vegetation, not spending more than a few minutes in the air each time. There were other abominations that attacked them in the process, swarms of weaker ones, and truly harrowing creatures as well. The strongest of them was a great monster shaped like a crimson python, who had been pretending to be a part of the vine bridge. The creature's disguise was so thorough that Sunny did not notice it at all. Nephi, however, did. Not only that, but he also knew its exact rank, class, and attributes, making the battle much easier. Cassie must have been helping her from all the way in Bastion. In the end, Sunny used shadow manifestation to immobilize the gargantuan python, while she severed its head with several merciless strikes of her sword. The battle was short, but fierce. It was so intense, in fact, that the commotion attracted the attention of other, much more dangerous beings. Luckily, Sunny and Nephi's escaped before other abominations reached the corpse of the great python and clashed for the right to devour its massive body, making the jungle quake. Despite the fact that the two of them had not met in 4 years, and that she did not even remember him, their cooperation was as seamless and comfortable as it had been before. They moved like two parts of a single whole without having to say or signal anything to each other, raining death upon their enemies. Sunny had missed that feeling. All in all, had never had such an easy time traveling across the hollows. Before too long, they reached the approximate area that the sleeper had described. The pillar of vines he had used to climb to the surface, at least, was the correct one. Now, they had to find the dead tree under which the other two youths were hiding. If they were still alive, of course. Curse it. Sunny's mood turned somber when he saw what lay beyond the towering pillar. Out there, below them, swallowed by the jungle almost entirely, was a vast ruin. Chapter 1672, All That Remains. Sunny assumed his human form, standing on a twisting stalk of a giant vine side by side with Nephi's. Sunlight was streaming from above, illuminating her slender figure. His, however, was hidden in the deep shadows, almost imperceptible. If someone gazed upon them right now, it would have seemed as though she was observing the overgrown ruin alone. The ruin was vast and sprawling, but most of it was swallowed by the jungle. Only a few crumbling stone edifices rose above the canopy, covered in red moss. It was hard to recognize them as man-made structures, but the awakened were experts on all things having to do with ruins. The dream realm was littered with them, after all. Nephi's tilted her head a little. Ruins? I didn't know that humans once lived here, in Godgrave. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Godgrave was densely populated once, in fact. There was a fairly advanced civilization thriving here. The surface was just as deadly, and I can't say anything about the sea of ash below. But there are many ruined cities in the hollows, some of them as large as the lesser population centers in the waking world. She glanced in his direction, seeing only the darkness. I didn't know that you have such a keen interest in ancient civilizations, Lord Shadow. He smiled. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it in the future. His words vaguely hinted at a double meaning, but he didn't say anything else. In any case, Nephi's was right. Sunny did indeed have a keen interest in ancient civilizations. He always had, even back in the Dark City. Solving the mysteries of the past appealed to some hidden part of his heart. The thrill and charm of exploring forgotten ruins was the closest thing Sunny had to a hobby. Maybe, in a perfect world, it would have been one of his life's passions. However, his interest in the ruins of Godgrave was special. The dead civilizations of the dream realm had always been one and the same for him. The people were different, the histories were different, but they all belonged in the pages of the same book. After meeting Windflower in the tomb of Ariel, though, Sunny learned that there were two entirely different kinds of ruins in the dream realm. One kind belonged to the people who had lived in the mortal realms, and were destroyed by the war between the gods and the demons, as well as its immediate outcome. The other kind belonged to those who had lived in the 5 divine realms, and fell under the tide of corruption later. The difference between the two was very important. The latter civilizations had been infected by the nightmare spell before their eventual fall. Just like the people of the waking world, the 6th divine realm, were. They aren't the only ones there. How the hell did that boy survive? Out there, hidden in the canopy of the jungle below them, numerous shadows were moving slowly, each belonging to a powerful nightmare creature. He had never seen or sensed abominations like these before, but simply from the depths of their shadows, he knew that they were powerful. And there was, a lot of them. These sleepers must have found the deadliest nest of nightmare creatures in the area to use as a hiding spot. Their luck, well, I don't even know if it's amazing or utterly terrible. They won't survive for much longer, but having survived for that long is already a miracle. She nodded calmly. So we light, then. Sunny stared at her for a few moments. Or, we grab them and run. Nephi shook her head. I don't think that will be possible. He frowned, not knowing what she meant. A few moments later, though, he understood. The bright light falling on them from high above suddenly grew many times brighter, becoming almost blinding. The clouds. And a split second later, the great pillar of vines they were standing on shuddered, the upper part of it turning to ash. As the tendrils that the subterranean jungle had extended toward the surface all moved and started to fall, torrents of flames spreading swiftly toward their roots, Nephi jumped off the stalk and dashed forward, toward the ruins. And away from sunlight. Don't dally. Cursing silently, Sunny jumped after her, this time neglecting to turn into a small crow. Instead, he turned himself as light as he could and glided on the wind, descending in a somewhat controlled fall. He sighed heavily, and then grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. I guess that means that we are going to fight. Chapter 1673, Entering the Ruins. The Lord of Shadows broke through the canopy and disappeared in the jungle, landing noiselessly in the ruins. Nephi folded her wings and fell toward the sea of red leaves to follow him. A moment later, she landed in a small clearing. The vermilion moss softened her landing, but she could feel the solidness of stone under her feet. There were crumbling structures all around her, most swallowed entirely by the vines and creeper plants. Some of the plants glowed beautifully, dispelling the deep darkness. The ruin of the ancient city was suffused with light, shadows, and ethereal twilight. The glowing plants emanated heat, as well, so the humid air under the impenetrable canopy of rust-red leaves was suffocating and sweltering. Nephi inhaled deeply, her alabaster skin glistening with moisture. It's hot. The ground shook as the great pillars of vines crashed into the jungle, wreathed in flame, and sent clouds of burning debris flying in all directions. Ash fell down like snow. A few fiery meteors landed in the ruin, as well, starting small fires here and there. Nephi dismissed her wings and closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the jungle. Far away, there was a cacophony of indescribable sounds. The nightmare creatures populating this vibrant hell were on the move, incited to frenzy by the destruction of the sky bridges. But here in the ruins, everything was relatively quiet. The jungle rustled and whispered with 1,000 voices, but its tone was no different from how it had been before. Which was bad. It meant that nightmare creatures did not dare come here and challenge the masters of this place. She opened her eyes and glanced at the Lord of Shadows, who seemed to possess an attribute or an ability that allowed him to sense many things from afar. It was impossible to tell his expression, of course, because the mysterious man never revealed his face. His figure, however, was just as cold and aloof as ever. He didn't seem concerned, and, strangely enough, that calmed Nephi as well. How close are we to the sleepers? His tone was indifferent, competing with her own as far as inexpressiveness went. A few kilometers. She stared at him silently for a few moments. Do I, sound this way too, by chance? Emotionless, aloof, and deadpan. King of, haughty. She coughed. Those powerful creatures under his command were protecting the citadel. Was he worried that her fire keepers would come under harm without them, or that his citadel would be harmed by the fire keepers without anyone keeping an eye out? In any case, the Shadow Saint seemed to believe that just the two of them would be enough to escape these ruins alive. Nephi felt a little pleased by his vote of confidence, but also a little incensed. For some reason. Morgan has a lot of echoes, too. Morgan had become much stronger after transcending. The defeat in Antarctica seemed to have tempered her character, too, and it was not as if Anvil coddled her, the opposite, in fact. And yet, there was a huge difference in how Clan Valor treated its true daughter and its adopted daughter. Granted, Nephi suspected that the harsh treatment she received from the King of Swords was actually a sign of affection. He had not given her any powerful echoes, though. It was fine for Morgan to have better equipment than her, but the Lord of Shadows, too? Just when she was considering making a remark against her better judgment, a soft voice resounded in her mind. Neff. She was already raising her sword. A great beast is approaching. Some kind of a construct, or maybe an undead. Very strong, be careful. A moment later, she sensed it. Not the creature itself, but the pressure of its passing, the very mundane change in air pressure caused by something moving with incredible speed. The mound of red moss in front of her exploded, revealing the dark interior of an ancient ruin. From it, surrounded by flying pieces of moss and shards of ancient stone, an eerie creature appeared, wielding a strange weapon. The creature was twice as tall as Nephi's, but shriveled and hunched, like a mummy. It was vaguely human in appearance, with a body made of cracked stone. Red moss grew on it like a tattered robe, and below it, Nephi's felt a sense of distaste. There was desiccated flesh under the stone carapace, as if a human had once been imprisoned inside the golem. The stone face of the creature was featureless, except for the eyes inside the two round holes cut on its surface, two gaping wounds where human eyes should have been nestled with darkness, and from them, two beautiful blossoms grew on black stalks. The mace the golem held seemed to be cut from diamond. He looked like a monk who had gained enlightenment and became one with the world, with the abominable world of spreading corruption, filled with nothing but ancient evil and chilling malice. It only took a split second for Nephi's to see all these details. Then, the creature was upon them. Chapter 1674, in Tandem. A great beast. Killing a great beast could pose no trouble at all, or all the trouble in the world. Beings of that rank were more than mere creatures, each of them possessed a mythical power, reality itself coming undone under the pressure of their existence. When Nephi's had been a master, a single great abomination was like a cataclysm. Now, Nephi's was a cataclysm herself. Igniting the flames of her soul, she shone with pure radiance and met the eerie golem with the full strength of a transcendent titan. Pain washed over her, bringing the world into focus. Everything was stark and clear in the world of pain, ready to surrender to her will. Except for the Lord of Shadows. The black blade of her sword met the diamond mace of the nightmare creature, deflecting it and dissipating its force. An impact that would have produced a devastating shockwave was suffocated, its destructive potential disappearing without a trace. The golem was faster than Nephi's. But she knew its movement well. They were lacking insight and intent, almost entirely without refinement. Because of that, the creature wasted precious moments, while she wasted none. A split second later, the tip of her blade burrowed into the red moss, aiming to destroy one of the golem's shoulder joints. The sword the Lord of Shadows had given her was supposed to be equal to a transcendent weapon, and a potent one, at that. Cutting the flesh of a great abomination would have been hard, but not impossible. Still, Nephi's did not hope to break the golem's stone carapace, and aimed at a weak point, instead. She already knew that the creature would not be able to avoid her strike. New W novels updates at novelhall.com. That was Neff's power. She could not predict the future, like Cassie could, and did not possess an aspect ability that would allow her to read the enemy's mind. However, she knew the laws of combat, knew them intimately, instinctually, and comprehensively. From the philosophy of combat to how the atoms interacted with each other to form a steel blade, she knew it all. So, she did not have to see the future. Knowing the laws of combat, she could simply tell what movements her enemy could perform, was most likely to perform, and would perform in any given situation. That was the easiest part of being a master at combat. The hard part was actually dictating the situation to make the enemy move how she wanted them to move. Of course, to achieve that, she had to know the enemy as well. The shoulder joint of the Earl Golem had turned out to be far more durable than she had anticipated. Her blade bypassed the stone carapace, but the desiccated flesh beneath was just as tough. Her sword bit into it and failed to cut deep, leaving only an insignificant scratch. Nephi's frowned, knowing that she was now open to the creature's retaliation. Soon, the ancient stone cracked even more, and then exploded in a rain of shards. The golem staggered, and toppled to the ground. The spell whispered into her ear, its voice mocking and insidious. You have slain a great beast, Azura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. Nephi breathed heavily and dismissed her helmet, loose strands of hair sticking to her fair face. She studied the collapsed golem warily, knowing that this was just the beginning of a dreadful battle. The Lord of Shadows had said that there were a lot of these abominations in the ruins, after all. Her guide, meanwhile, walked closer to the stone creature, stared at it for a bit, and then gave it a kick. Then, he said, a hint of somber emotion in his usually cold voice. It's an MWP. Nephi was surprised. She lingered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What? He pointed to the dead golem with the tip of his odachi. This creature, it's an MWP. Mobile War Platform. Well, I guess it's more of a powered armor suit. Mundane soldiers used them in Antarctica. The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a while, then sighed. The mummified corpse inside was an awakened warrior, and this golem is the power suit he wore. Of course, it was powered by sorcery, not technology. His voice slowly returned to the usual indifferent nonchalance. They were defenders of this city, I guess. Chapter 1675, Uncovered. The jungle, which had been like a rustling ocean, was suddenly absolutely quiet. The dead silence that enveloped them was so utter and unnatural that, for a moment, Nephi felt a chill travel across her back despite the sweltering heat. The horrors of the forgotten ruin were drawing closer. She frowned slightly, and then dismissed most of her armor. A whirlwind of sparks wreathed her slender figure for a few fleeting moments, and then dissipated without a trace, leaving only a thin white tunic behind. Free of the suffocating weight of her armor, Nephi inhaled deeply and noticed that the Lord of Shadows was staring at her intently. At least, she thought he was. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor was just as cold and nebulous as always. What are you doing? His voice was emotionless, but she thought she recognized a hint of emotion in it. Confusion, maybe? Yes, he was probably confused. She shrugged, enjoying the feeling of her skin breathing, unobstructed by the weight of metal. My armor won't withstand a hit from a great beast. I'd rather have all the speed and agility I can get, considering the circumstances. That way, I stand the chance of not being hit at all. That was true. Her armor was a supreme memory of the second tier, but after the battle with this, Azura, she had judged that it would not protect her from a blow delivered by one of the ancient golems. She could heal her body if it was damaged, but not her armor, and once the armor was wrecked and bent out of shape, it would constrict her movements even further. Now that the presence of the true masters of the ruined city had scared off all the pests populating the jungle, it was better to be fast and nimble. The other reason Nephi had dismissed her armor was necessity. She was pretty sure that she would be forced to use her transformation ability in the upcoming battle, so she didn't want to burn the supreme memory. That armor of hers was pretty decent. It would be a shame if it melted into a puddle of molten steel, like so many previous ones. Read new chapters at novelhall.com. Cassie had also told her once that it suited her well. Not that it mattered, of course. What a fearsome sword. Nephi stared at the dark demon in front of her, wondering for a moment. Was that, perhaps, the true appearance of the Lord of Shadows, while the human form he wore was no more than a disguise? The human, the dark colossus, the swift crow, and this shadow devil, was that the result of his transformation ability? If so, it was much more versatile than Nephi had assumed, and any saint she knew possessed. Then again, shadows were formless and shapeless by nature, so maybe such versatility made sense. The form of a shadow demon was very much like the enchanted armor suits the defenders of the ancient city had once worn, in a sense. Was his body encased in a shell of shadows, like theirs had been in Sorcerer's Stone? If so, it was an ingenious application of one's aspect. But it couldn't be just that. The Lord of Shadows could cover his human body in the shell of the four-armed devil and the shadow colossus. But what about the crow? It was much smaller than a human. So, the fundamental principle of his transformation had to be different. As she was contemplating the nuances of his aspect, the Lord of Shadows spoke, his voice still cold and indifferent. We must hurry. His voice was still the same. Which was a little funny. A voice like that suited a young man of noble bearing very well, but coming from the chest of such a huge and ferocious creature, it sounded a little comical. Absurdly enough, Nephi's found herself wanting to laugh. Of course, she did not, maintaining her usual calm expression. However, 2 sparks ignited in her eyes. Yes, right. Let us hurry. Turning away to hide her face, she gripped the hilt of her black sword and dashed into the jungle. Chapter 1676, Inalienable. The carnivorous plants and the abominable vermin populating the jungle had hidden away out of fear, terrified by the approach of the masters of the ancient ruin. So, Nephis ran fast, covering a great distance with each second. The wind was cool, soothing her slender body. The Lord of Shadows had taken the lead, his strides like that of a beast. His powerful limbs tore the ground, and from time to time, he used the trunks of the towering trees to leap forward, sending splinters flying back. Soon enough, Nephi sensed the approach of a new enemy. Read latest novels at novelhall.com. The same kind of golem broke through the wall of vines, and the ground quaked from the crushing impact of its footsteps. The creature looked just like the one they had slain a minute earlier, tall, overgrown with scarlet moss, its ancient stone carapace covered by a net of cracks. This one was armed with a diamond scepter instead of a mace. A split second later, the scepter was already flying at the shadow demon's head. Its speed was so dire that a fatal blow seemed inevitable. The jungle itself swayed, following the trajectory of the diamond weapon. Nephis raised her sword to block. A fraction of a second later, the Lord of Shadows simply disappeared from the path of the scepter. There was a thunderous boom, and a devastating shockwave spread in a wide cone from the point where the Azura's weapon had been supposed to hit. A vast swath of the jungle, hundreds of meters across, was instantly devastated. Sadly enough, Nephis was right in the middle of the cone of destruction. The sword she had raised cut through it, sharp and indomitable, allowing her to continue moving forward without slowing down too much. She jumped, stepped on the diamond scepter, ran across its length, and delivered a dire downward slash all in a matter of a single moment. The tough stone carapace of the great beast did not split open, but that was not her goal. What Nephis aimed for was to infect it with the decay of the Testament of Malice. Before the creature could catch her, she had already jumped back, twisting gracefully midair. The Lord of Shadows appeared from the darkness behind the creature, his enormous odachi falling down like the blade of a giant guillotine. In that demonic form, encased in fearsome onyx armor, he was no less imposing than the abominable Azura. The might of his strike was so terrible that the knees of the great beast buckled, its feet sinking deep into the moss. The ground itself split open. Stone shards shot into the air like shrapnel. There is another one. Towering above the kneeling nightmare creature, he used 2 of his hands to grab its head viciously, locking it in a chokehold. His other 2 hands turned the black odachi downward and drove its tip into the crack infected by the decay of the touch of malice. Nephi spun and swung her sword. Up until this point, she had only used her dormant ability. At that moment, though, she summoned a spark of soul flame and, enduring the agony, uttered the names of fire and wind. That single spark exploded into a raging inferno, incinerating everything in its path. The jungle in front of her turned to ash, revealing the dreadful form of the second Azura. Is it really worth it, to die for a couple sleepers? She jumped over a fallen tree, landed nimbly, and lunged forward with stunning speed. It is. To her, it was a strange question, but then again, people often misunderstood her. She had answered honestly, but the question itself was wrong and misguided. Because she wasn't risking her life for these sleepers. The sleepers were merely a circumstance, but what she was ready to die for were her principles. She believed that saving these teenagers was the right thing to do, and so, she wanted to do it. And it was also the right thing to do because she wanted to do it. Before, a long time ago, Nephis had been truly powerless. She watched fearfully as everything their family possessed was taken away. Their heirlooms, their wealth, their home. Even people who surrounded her were either killed or chased away one after another, disappearing without a trace. Their absence had left a scar. Perhaps because of that, she didn't value material possessions, and many other things that people usually held dear. The things she valued the most were inside of her, and therefore, could never be taken away. Her beliefs, her principles, her will. As long as she held fast to that, nothing could scare her, and nothing could make her feel truly powerless. However, while these things could not be taken away, they could be lost. She could betray herself, and thus discard them. It was the easiest thing in the world, to lose oneself. Then, she would truly have nothing. The thought of that was too appalling. Much more terrible than death. And so, Nephi would rather die. It didn't matter if she risked her life for 2 sleepers or to fulfill her greatest desire. To her, both were one and the same, both were expressions of herself, and therefore equally important. The Lord of Shadows laughed. Why? Hadn't she already told him that it was because she wanted to? It was simple as that, and as deeply complicated as that, as well. She had long given up on trying to explain herself to people. But, somehow, Nephi felt that, maybe, the Lord of Shadows would be able to understand. Running as fast as she could, Nephi smiled faintly. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be me. Chapter 1677, Spark of Longing. A towering golem made from crumbling stone, its cracked body overgrown with red moss, raised a hand. There was a corpse entombed within it. The soldier of an annihilated civilization had perished thousands of years ago, but their sorcerous armor still lived, infected by an abhorrent corruption. The creature, an azure of condemnation, was holding a diamond cleaver in its hand. When the cleaver rose, the world seemed to tremble in fear. When the cleaver fell, reality itself seemed to split apart. A giant tree, its adamantine bark hard enough to resist the end of days, was cut down in one slash and toppled slowly. The wind raised by its fall fanned the flames that had been spreading through the jungle, and bitter smoke permeated the air. The tree had been dead for countless years, and its heart had long rotted away. There was a cave-like hollow between its roots, which was now revealed. Read new chapters at novelhall.com. 2 terrified sleepers had been hiding in that hollow, and were now hugging each other as they looked at the sinister abominations in horror. The diamond cleaver rose again, spelling their doom. Before it could fall down to reap their lives, however, an equally menacing fiend appeared from the darkness, crashing into the great golem with a ferocious growl. It had sharp claws, twisting horns, and a long tail, its bestial body encased in a fearsome onyx carapace. The darkness itself moved, shrouding it like a mantle. And a moment later, the eyes of the 2 sleepers widened. A beautiful young woman wearing a fluttering white tunic fell from above, surrounded by pure light. Her skin was fair and flawless, like polished alabaster, and her silver hair shone brilliantly in the dim twilight of the jungle. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her beauty was breathtaking. She held an incandescent sword in her hands. Landing on the shoulder of the ghastly golem, she delivered a terrible blow and severed its damaged neck. The headless abomination continued to resist furiously even after being decapitated, but the strange pair, the fearsome demon of darkness and the beautiful spirit of light, cooperated seamlessly, swiftly bringing it down. The diamond cleaver shattered and fell apart. The stone carapace crumbled. The mummified corpse that had been entombed within it turned to ash. The creature was dead before the falling tree collapsed to the ground, making the ancient ruin quake. Nephi jumped off its corpse and inhaled slowly. The Lord of Shadows had been wounded in that last clash, but his towering body was already repairing itself. She was unscathed, for now. Most importantly, they made it to the 2 sleepers in time. Turning around, she walked to the remains of the giant tree and looked into the hollow space between its roots, where 2 ashen-faced teenagers were staring up at her with wide eyes. Both were girls, their faces smeared with ash and dirt. One of them seemed to maintain a shred of composure, holding the other tightly. The other girl didn't look too good, and seemed to be slowly falling unconscious. The first sleeper opened her mouth and said, stuttering, You're changing star?" A moment later, Nephi shook her head lightly, having lost her train of thought. Concerned for the unconscious girl, she gently placed her hand on her gaunt body, and frowned. The girl's skin was as hot as a furnace, and her pulse was weak. She wasn't just infected, she was dying. Nephi lingered for a moment, and then glanced at Tamar. She forced herself to smile again. You are safe now. The worst part is almost over. Fear not, for we are here. And we will get you and your friend out, no matter what. The young girl stared at Nephi for a few moments, then took a trembling breath and nodded. Then, she suddenly slumped, as if finally allowing her exhausted body to collapse. Her eyes glistened with moisture, but she gritted her teeth and held the tears back. Thank you, Lady Changing Star. Nephi nodded and turned away, secretly gritting her teeth. Then, she activated her dormant ability and endured the blinding pain, sending a wave of healing flame into the second sleeper's body. The infection was persistent, and had spread to the girl's heart. Nevertheless, it was burned away by the purity of soul flame, leaving no trace behind. It just took a little longer than Nephi had expected. She healed most of the damage dealt to the body of the unfortunate sleeper, as well. The shadows around her stirred, betraying her companion's restlessness. The Lord of Shadows spoke from above. They're drawing close. At the sound of her voice, Tamar flinched and looked at Nephi, trying to hide her fear. This is Godgrave, isn't it? Can we really escape? Nephi dismissed her flames and took a deep breath. Of course. I promised, didn't I? The young girl stared at her for a few moments, then nodded gravely. I'll trust in you, Lady Changing Star. I strive to survive, no matter what. Her voice sounded resolute. Neff's smile faltered for a moment. Good. Strive well. While saying that, she could already feel it. A spark of longing igniting in the soul of young Tamar, and then turning into a gentle flame. Connecting the two of them together, and making her a tentative part of Neff's nascent, unrealized, almost non-existent domain. Chapter 1678, Path to Supremacy. Nephi had not been dismissive when she answered the question posed by the Lord of Shadows. How could one kill a supreme? After years of striving bitterly to maneuver herself into a position where resisting the sovereigns was not a foolish, futile, and frivolous delusion, she had come to understand that the only plausible way to defeat them was to attain supremacy herself. Years ago, she had come back to the waking world after an eternity of being lost in the dream realm, defeated and broken. Back then, she had made a decision to join the great clan Valor, knowing that there would be no better way for her to come to know her enemy. When Nephi killed a nightmare creature, she dissected the carcass to examine its anatomy and learn how to slay such abominations better. But she couldn't dissect a great clan, so, joining one was the best way to study the enemy from within. She had also harbored other aspirations, to earn the trust of the King of Swords and therefore place herself in a position where striking him down would be tenable. Nephi was a master of combat, after all, of which deceit and misdirection were integral parts. Life wasn't that different from combat, her life was not, at least. But, although she had attained some success in her ambition to infiltrate the great clan and become trusted by its king, the more Nephi learned about the enemy, the more hopeless her burning desire to vanquish the sovereigns seemed. Even if she knew everything there was to know about Valor, and even if the King of Sword lowered his guard one day, she wasn't confident at all that she would be able to defeat him, despite all her power as a transcendent titan. So, Nephi had to become a supreme titan, instead. The problem was that she was not allowed to even try. Times had changed, and there were many more awakened, masters, and saints walking the world today. The sovereigns had relaxed their iron grip on achieving greater power, a little. But they still demanded fealty from the absolute majority of transcendence, and would certainly never let someone rise to the throne of supremacy and become their equal. Anvil and Ki Song could not even tolerate the existence of each other. How could they allow someone else to become their rival? Not to mention someone like Nephi, who had a perfectly justified reason to hate them and plot their downfall. They would never let her challenge the fourth nightmare. Even if she found a suitable seed, entered it without permission, and survived, she would be slaughtered immediately after returning to reality. The might of a sovereign lay in the power of their domain, after all, and hers would not be established yet right after achieving supremacy. The secret to going further on the path of ascension was, reasonably, hidden in the changes that the soul of a living being underwent during transcendence. The soul of a saint broke the limits of the mundane and expanded, coming into contact with the world and becoming intertwined with a part of it. The soul of a sovereign, then, had to not only become fused with the world, but also claim authority over its part. That was the essence of supremacy. To be a ruler. But every saint was unique. The nature of the connection they shared with the world was unique, as well. Therefore, each transcendent had a unique path to supremacy. For Nephi's herself, that path was easy to understand, but impossibly hard to tread. After becoming a saint, her soul had become capable of being nourished by the ambient essence of the world, the spirit essence. Of course, it was only so for the spirit essence born from a particular source. Most people assumed that her source element was flame, some assumed that it was light. But all of them were wrong. In truth, Neph's source element, the foundation of her future domain, was longing. In hindsight, she should have known it much sooner. It had always been there, in the description of her aspect. Aspect, Lightbringer. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. The spirit essence Nephis could absorb was born from the souls of those living beings she inspired to yearn for something. It didn't matter what they longed for and, unlike the loyalty demanded by the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, she didn't need to be the subject of their yearning. Any kind of aspiration born from knowing her, or knowing about her, became the source of spirit essence for her. Her longing ability also seemed to have evolved after her transcendence, fusing with her presence. Over time, Nephis had noticed that when people were in her presence, their souls grew more susceptible to inspiration, and the flames of their desires burned brighter. That was the foundation of her future domain, which she had already built without even knowing it. Chapter 1679, Beacon of Hope. Beacon of Hope. There were two ways to build a domain. One was provided by the spell, and depended on the citadels. By becoming the master of a citadel, or having a person who had accepted your authority become one, a supreme could empower and expand their domain over vast territories. A citadel was much more than just a stronghold containing a gateway. It was a daunting construct of impossible sorcery that forcefully subjugated the part of the world surrounding it and brought it under the rule of a supreme. That was why both the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, who controlled most of the human territories in the dream realm, were so immensely powerful. The second way was innate to each transcendent, and unique to their aspect. Nephi suspected that most domains were territorial in nature, which was the reason why the spell had based its method on territory. But not all of them were. Take the King of Swords, for example. He used the path provided by the citadels to expand his domain, but that did not mean that he limited himself to it. The true vessels of his authority were not lands, but people. Every warrior wielding a sword forged by him was a part of his domain, and thus empowered it. Kisong collected the dead. There was the mysterious Asterion, as well, who didn't seem to rule any citadel. As for Nephis herself, the only way for her to build a domain was to inspire people, igniting the flames of yearning in their souls. At least that was her belief. It had taken countless hours of contemplation and meditation for her to learn how to truly sense the underlying source element of her aspect. She had noticed the subtle shift in her presence first, or maybe that subtle quality had always been there, too weak to be discerned. The souls of people shone brighter in Neph's presence, their innermost hopes and aspirations igniting with a stronger flame. Her presence was like kindling for their passions, turning desire into yearning. And if that yearning was inspired directly by her, or even the idea of her, then a subtle connection was established between them and Nephis, making the inspired a part of her source element. She had not learned to sense these connections swiftly, though. In fact, it had taken a small breakthrough in mastering her aspect legacy for Nephis to grasp the deeper meaning of longing. Her aspect legacy was a tree of knowledge that bore 7 fruits. She had reaped the benefits of one of them and comprehended the knowledge of fire and twilight. Since then, Nephi's had made strides in comprehending a few others. Facing the first seeker in Verge, she had advanced considerably toward the knowledge of corruption. And in the last 4 years, she had not only fully mastered the knowledge of destruction, but also started on the path of comprehending knowledge of passion. Nephi's played along with the will of clan valor, using these opportunities to show the world her incorruptible will and brilliant radiance, which made her fame even more widespread and exalted. Cassie, meanwhile, worked behind the scenes to guide the narrative and fan the flames. Nephi's herself, the ivory tower, the chain breaker, the fire keepers, everything was now a recognizable symbol of selflessness, strength, and nobility. They were beacons of hope in a dark and tumultuous world, bringing people solace and inspiration. The number of those touched by her light grew every day, forming countless connections to her soul. Not all of these connections were equal. Some were tentative and feeble, some were radiant and deep. The deepest connections by far were those of the fire keepers, her most loyal followers. It was to a degree that she could even reach them with her aspect abilities from a distance. That was one part of what Nephi's was doing, the easier part. The harder part, by far, was coming up with a way to actually turn this spiderweb of connections, the nascent form of her future domain, into an actual one. Nephi's still had no idea how to take this step. She had spent some time studying the changes that had happened to her soul after she bound the ivory tower and let the fire keepers place their anchors there, hoping to find a clue from the mysterious mechanisms of the nightmare spell. But that had turned out to be a dead end. So, for now, Nephi's was left with no choice but to search and wait. She had hoped that she would find a hint before the war started, but now that both of the great clans were on the move, that didn't seem possible anymore. Which was why it was so important for her to establish a foothold in Godgrave, and ready herself for what was going to happen here. Andal and Kisong had to fall before the war was over. Because if one of them truly defeated the other, their authority would spread to all of humanity. Once that happened, even becoming a supreme would not be enough to slay them. Chapter 1680, Spirit of Light. The unconscious sleeper slowly opened her eyes, staring at Nephi's with a dazed look. She smiled reassuringly and rose, picking up her sword again. There was not much time left. The enemies were approaching. Towering above the 3 of them, Nephi's and the 2 teenage girls, the Lord of Shadows said coldly. It's sweet that you promised to save them. But how are you going to do it? Once we start fighting with those abominations, a single shockwave will be enough to finish these 2 off. Nephi's climbed out of the pit and helped the girl she had healed up. Tamar followed. Good question. There was no time to run away, because the Azures were faster than them. Flying away wasn't an option either, because they would be perfect targets in the air. One toss of a diamond weapon, and there would be no escape. Even if Nephi's could evade, she had to carry at least one of the sleepers, and neither of the girls would survive the crushing pressure of such maneuvers. She considered countless strategies in a single second and looked up at the Lord of Shadows. You take them and retreat. I'll hold the enemy off, and then join you. He remained silent for a moment, and then said flatly. I refuse. Nephi's blinked. Huh. She had not expected that answer. Why? The shadow demon bent down, bringing his onyx helmet level to her face. The darkness nestling inside it was deep and impenetrable. You might be fine dying for these sleepers, changing star. But I am not fine with you dying. One of his onyx claws pointed at her. You still owe me a favor, remember? Wouldn't I be cheated if you died before repaying me? Nephi's tilted her head. At that moment, she thought that she felt a hint of desire from the Lord of Shadows. Some people's longing was like a spark, some people's longing was like flame. His, though, to her, it felt like a towering pyre that dwarfed everything around. As it turned out, the Lord of Shadows was a man of dire passion behind that cold exterior. She couldn't make out the details of what exactly he yearned for, But his unwillingness to see her dead before she made good on her promise, at least seemed rather sincere. It looked like the favor he intended to ask from her was not simple. A moment later, his soul was shrouded in darkness once again, and she couldn't feel anything. Anyway, time is of the essence, so, I'd better go. A moment later, the three of them dissolved into shadows, leaving Nephi alone in the small clearing. A spatial movement ability. She remained motionless for a second, then looked at herself again. A quiet mumble could be heard. Did I gain muscle? Sure, she was not as delicate and pretty as Cassie. And not as elegant and graceful as Sishan. But Nephi was pretty confident in her figure, granted, it wasn't as generous as Effie's. What am I even thinking about? Just at that moment, the jungle around her exploded, and 7 ghastly golems lunged at her from all sides, the world groaning in agony from the violent force of their passing. Nephi was still looking down. Before they could reach her, though, her body exploded with a brilliant radiance, and their towering figures were consumed by blinding light. Nephi had transformed into a spirit of light. In that state, her graceful body seemed to be woven out of immaculate white radiance. That radiance contained an unfathomable ocean of furious flame instead of flesh and bone, and was a beautiful vessel for her fiery, titanic soul. She was like a brilliant star that had taken the form of a human. The moisture permeating the humid air instantly evaporated. The rotten leaves blanketing the ground turned to ash. The remains of the dead tree blackened and caught fire, being consumed at startling speed. But the speed with which the mystical wood was being consumed by the white flame was nothing when compared to the speed with which Nephi moved. Unconstrained by the limitations of mundane flesh, her power exploded. The whole clearing was flooded with blinding light, and the towering figures of the Azuras dissolved in that light. They weren't destroyed, but the red moss covering their cracked armor was immediately incinerated. The mummified flesh within the stone carapaces blackened and smoldered. The 7-diamond weapon fell in unison, but Nephi effortlessly danced out of the way. Almost at the same time, she was suddenly in front of one of the abominations, her radiant fist brushing lightly against its stone breastplate. The massive creature was thrown back. The armor on its chest cracked and melted, and the thick armor plate on its back exploded, shards of stone turning into molten rain as they fell to the ground. The world was stark and clear, awash in annihilating pain. 3 more seconds. Nephi wondered how many of these nightmare creatures she would be able to kill before the Lord of Shadows returned. Chapter 1681, Battle Partners. In the form of the Radiant Spirit, Nephi was much more powerful than her human incarnation. Her speed and might increased vastly, and her fire powers grew much more potent, especially when the beautiful vessel of light was augmented 7 times over by her aspect. Not only that, but mundane attacks could not hurt her at all. Most weapons would simply turn to ash before reaching her, and those that did break through the immolating heat would find no flesh to harm behind it. Only fire. So, what hurt her the most was her flaw, the pristine soul, and in that form, the danger it posed was much more dire than the suffering she experienced when using her lesser abilities. The incandescent white void of her soul was so pure and searing that it threatened to consume her, burning away her very self. Perhaps forever. At least that was what Nephi feared. She rarely used the power of her aspect in combat, relying on nothing but her martial prowess if there was a choice, and she used her transformation ability even less frequently. Of course, she was not invulnerable even in that brilliant form. There were many beings and weapons there that could harm this fiery vessel of hers, but the damage they dealt would be instantly healed at the cost of her essence. The form of the Spirit of Light was a manifestation of her incandescent soul, and so, one would have to extinguish her soul completely to destroy it. Which was not impossible, especially when facing enemies of higher ranks. The ancient stone wraiths she was fighting were among such enemies. You have slain a great beast, Azure of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast, Azure of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast. Nephi managed to bring down 3 of the 7 nightmare creatures in quick succession, but after that, the situation worsened. The abominable golems witnessed her power and grasped it, their movements changing as a result. They were of the great rank, after all. For creatures like these, the distinction between flesh and flame was of no importance. The strange diamond weapons they wielded carried their killing will, and before that will, all would be annihilated. The laws of the world themselves bent to accommodate it. If she was struck by one of the Asuras, her soul would not collapse from a single blow, but the damage would be considerable. Even for a great beast, destroying a transcendent titan would not be easy, but there were a lot of these creatures here, so she had to be careful. Nephi's gave up on offense and evaded the thunderous attacks of the menacing golems, biding her time until the Lord of Shadows returned. His technique was just as sublime as hers, but it was also strange. Sometimes, his movements did not seem too swift compared to her, at least, but at other times, it was as if he was so fast as to leave after-images behind him. No, not even that, it was as if the Lord of Shadows was sometimes in two places at the same time. It took Nephi a few moments to understand what was happening. Transcendent battle art. His spatial movement ability was intricately woven into his battle style. The Lord of Shadows masterfully used short-distance teleportation to maneuver around the battlefield, blinking from place to place with such speed that it seemed as if he was in several places simultaneously. The graceful movements of his sword flowed uninterrupted between the jumps, so a slash that started in one spot could land dozens of meters away. An enemy attack could be blocked despite him being nowhere near its path. In a sense, the whole battlefield was within the reach of his serpentine odachi. There was also another detail. He's jumping between shadows. After noticing that detail, Nephi also realized with a bit of surprise that the Lord of Shadows was anticipating and making use of her own movements. Currently, she was the brightest source of light on the battlefield, so the direction of the shadows cast by the massive bodies of the Asuras was dictated by her position. The Lord of Shadows was paying attention to her movements to anticipate the movement of the shadows, and was therefore able to escape the danger freely, unfailingly appearing behind the abominations to deliver a terrible strike and dissolve into the darkness before they could retaliate. It was an utterly beautiful display of flawless technique, firm intent, and devious ingenuity. Diabolical. Nephi was impressed. Dodging the crushing blow of a diamond staff, she floated into the air to avoid being thrown off balance by the quaking earth, and shot forward. Her incandescent palm touched the elbow of the ancient golem, and its elbow joint finally cracked, falling apart in a rain of molten stone. Now that the enemy was unable to wield the heavy staff effectively, she had a window of opportunity. Landing lightly on the burning ground, Nephi spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the towering abomination. Her long, slender leg connected to its abdomen, and the Asura was thrown back, its entire torso exploding and catching fire. By the time the burning golem fell to the ground, it was already dead. But just as it died, more Asuras appeared from the depths of the ruin, lunging at Nephi and her battle partner with silent malice. Chapter 1682, Hasty Retreat. Nephi and the Lord of Shadow had slain the initial 4 great beasts. But by then, there were already more of the fearsome Asuras that had risen from the ruins and reached them, surrounding the two like a fatal tide of ancient stone and sinister, evil will. She was coming closer and closer to the cusp of fatigue. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, seemed to be holding back on using his teleportation ability. He must have told the truth when saying that carrying the 2 sleepers all the way to the citadel and coming back would put a strain on his reserves of essence. It had to be conserved now. Luckily, their goal was not to obliterate all the ancient race. Their goal was simply to escape. Granted, there was some bad luck involved, too. The easiest route of retreat would have been to escape to the surface through the nearest crack in the dome of the colossal breastbone. But the veil of clouds was torn right now, and the surface was bathed in the light of the annihilating sun. That path was not an option. Nevertheless, Nephi wasn't too concerned. She was still holding back the most destructive of her powers. FOLL0W current novels on N/O/V/3L/B in co/M. She had no doubt that the Lord of Shadows had a few tricks up his sleeve, as well. And yet. What was that cold, heavy weight pressing down on her heart? Move back. His voice was just as cold as ever. She didn't hesitate and pushed the grounds with her foot, leaving a scorched mark on it and flying more than 100 meters back almost in an instant. In the next second, a small lantern of black stone appeared in one of the shadow demon's 4 hands. His onyx armor shifted and retreated under his obsidian skin, revealing his powerful physique. Left alone, the Lord of Shadow lingered for a moment, seemingly unable to evade the attacks of the abominable golems in time. Everything that followed happened in a split second. Their diamond weapons landed on his muscular body, mangling it gruesomely. A tide of darkness suddenly flowed out of the stone lantern and came alive, enveloping the advancing Azuras with 1,000 black chains. Even though the great beasts tore the chains apart with ease, they were still stalled for several precious moments. In those moments, the broken, savaged body of the Lord of Shadow swayed slowly, and dissolved into nothingness. Neph's radiant eyes flashed. Both Nephi's and the Lord of Shadows halted, realizing almost at the same time that the edge of the ancient ruins was somehow getting further away. No matter how fast they ran, the distance between them and the overgrown wall did not diminish. They glanced at each other somberly. In the next moment, the entire world quaked violently, and something massive moved behind them. Turning around, Nephi saw the ground at the heart of the ancient city moving, rising above the jungle like a mountain. Countless trees toppled and fell down, the sea of vines and bushes drowning in the rolling soil. LGHT Vel World CM. The ancient structures were revealed from underneath the carpet of red moss, only to crumble moments later. It was as though something colossal had been sleeping under the ancient jungle, and was now rising from below, its slumber disturbed by the incinerating heat of the white flames and the clamor of fierce battle. She suddenly felt horror. Horror was not something Nephi's felt often, and definitely not on her own accord. The only reason for that feeling was that her mind was being affected by an external force. Neph's flames dimmed a little when a dire realization surfaced in her mind. Her lips parted, and she whispered a single word. Condemnation. The great beasts they had been battling were called the Azuras of condemnation. She had thought that they were simply a swarm of nightmare creatures populating the ancient ruin, their name hinting at some forgotten mystery of the past. But now, Nephi realized that it had a much more literal meaning. As the mountain of raised soil started to split open, revealing the appearance of the being that had been buried underneath, she thought that her horror had been quite an appropriate reaction. The Azuras of condemnation were not a natural swarm of great beasts bound to a single location. Instead, they were here together for another, much more sinister reason. They were the minions of a much more powerful being. Their name simply pointed at whom they belonged to. Their master had to be of a higher rank, after all. The Cursed Tyrant. Condemnation. Chapter 1683, Dark Deity. A Cursed Tyrant. Nephi felt an unfamiliar emotion that she couldn't quite describe. Awe, perhaps? Or maybe hatred. The pure flames of her soul roared, surging restlessly in the presence of the harrowing adversary. Cursed nightmare creatures were the epitome of terror. Each of them was equal to what a sacred being would have been, not that there were any of those around. Nevertheless, sacred beings held a special meaning for humanity. That was because of what the steps of the path of ascension meant, at least as far as humans theorized. If the path of ascension was the road to divinity, then each step brought those treading it closer to godhood. Transcendence was the step of breaking away from the limits of the mundane. Supremacy was the act of asserting one's power over the world, thus establishing the foundation of their future apotheosis. But it was the next step, which no awakened of their world had taken before, that signified truly attaining the qualities of the divine. A sacred being was already a deity, albeit a lesser one. The same could be said about a cursed being. The cursed tyrant, condemnation, could very well be called a deity, a profane deity of abyssal corruption. And so, in a sense, today was the first time Nephi would face a god in battle. But not the last. Time seemed to slow down as condemnation rose from beneath the ruins. The gargantuan shape of the ancient fiend was still hidden behind the layers of collapsing soil and crumbling buildings, but it was already like a towering mountain. The quaking earth, the scale of it all, seemed more like a natural process than the movements of a living being. Or rather, unnatural. Witnessing the sleeping giant wake from its slumber, Nephi could finally guess how this ancient city had been destroyed, and why it had fallen despite the dire might of its defenders. The warriors that wielded the dreadful power of the sorceress exosuits and the sublime diamond weapons, the Asuras, had perished when the cursed tyrant descended upon their city like a cataclysm. Even their impossible strength had not been enough to save this land, which was now a forgotten ruin. One of many similar ruins swallowed by the jungle. Such was the caliber of enemies the civilization of Godgrave had faced before extinction. It certainly made one wonder. Nephi glanced at the Lord of Shadows and asked, her clear voice resounding in the roar of the quaking earth. "That spatial ability of yours, can you escape?" He shook his head. "Not this time. Not this time." It sounded as if this was not his first time encountering a cursed nightmare creature. Just what kind of life had he led? Nephi took a deep breath. Or rather, he mimicked the familiar motions of taking a deep breath. The radiant spirit did not have lungs, after all, and neither needed nor was capable of breathing. It was simply a vessel containing a vast ocean of flame. She had been prepared to unleash her full transformation if things went south. However, the current situation was way worse than even her worst prediction. Even if she did allow the spirit form to dissolve, releasing the ocean of flame contained within its brilliant figure, she wouldn't be able to contend against the cursed tyrant. No other choice, then. Well, it couldn't be helped. She had managed to come closer than usual to fully saturating her soul cores this time around, already. The important part was to make the sacrifice count. Watching a vague figure reveal itself from beneath the mountain of flowing soil, Nephi glanced at the approaching Asuras and said evenly, "Hold back these creatures, then. I'll create an opportunity for the two of us to escape." Surrounded by radiant light, Nephi concentrated for a moment. And reached into her incandescent soul. Chapter 1684, Pure Agony. They could not escape, but they also could not fight the cursed tyrant. In that situation, the only way out Nephi saw was to create a momentary lapse in the tyrant's concentration. It was the abomination's profane will that was preventing them from reaching the jungle. If that will was weakened even for a few moments, a path to freedom would be theirs to take. Nephi had no hope of killing the evil deity, and no confidence to face it in a prolonged battle. However, she was pretty sure that she could at least hurt it. She knew pain better than most. She knew how hard it was to keep calm and steady when your body and soul were being blackened by flame. How it felt to burn alive. Anyone's will would be shaken by that agony. But her adversary this time was a cursed tyrant. Not any flame would be able to hurt it, and her usual attacks were woefully insufficient. So, she had to give it her all. Which required time. The Lord of Shadows had to buy her that time. As the pursuing Asuras closed in on them, he glanced at her briefly. Then, he sighed and let go of his black odachi. The tenebrous sword fell to the ground, but rippled like liquid in the air. She thought that she saw a glimmer of serpentine scales. A moment later, the odachi turned into a torrent of shadows, and then coalesced into a human form, that of a woman, both her clothes and skin perfectly black, her hair like a waterfall of silken darkness. She was standing with her back to Nephi, so her face was hidden from view. And yet, it felt like the mysterious woman was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. More than that, her presence was that of a transcendent. A moment ago, there were two saints facing the great beasts. Now, there were three. Pulling another sword out of the darkness, the Lord of Shadows lunged at the ghastly Asuras without wasting any time. The black woman followed, moving with dire speed and indescribable grace. They clashed with the abominations a split second later. Sadly, Nephi could not observe their battle. She was reaching into her soul. The blinding light emanated by her radiant figure grew even more intense, its heat more unbearable, the vines and moss covering the ruins around her turned to ash, revealing ancient stone structures. The weathered stone started to melt. It's going to hurt. Her goal was to cause the cursed being pain, but to achieve it, she had to withstand her own share of agony. As something too harrowing to witness and too appalling to see slowly revealed itself from beneath the collapsing soil, Nephi steeled her will, and ignited her soul. It was different from summoning soul flame or activating her abilities. What she was doing was a derivative skill of her aspect, something she had always been capable of, but only truly learned how to do in Twilight. Instead of merely burning soul essence, she was burning her very soul. But, unlike the crude way she had done so in Twilight, Nephi was doing it in a much more refined and controlled manner now. With each moment, her soul cores grew weaker, and her counter of soul fragments plummeted with dire speed. Each soul fragment she sacrificed turned into a torrent of immolating flame. That incandescent inferno grew and grew, the terrifying power contained within it reaching a truly chilling scale. Nephi could detonate a soul core to produce a tremendous explosion, but an explosion was a wild thing. It spread in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. Such a calamity could obliterate a vast number of enemies, both weak and strong. To deal a wound to someone as strong as a cursed tyrant, however, such a dispersed tool of destruction was sold poorly. She needed something much more concentrated, targeted, and controlled. Consumed by a harrowing agony, Nephi endured the feeling of her soul being burned to ash, and slowly raised a radiant hand. "Grab a hold of yourself, princess." Despite the situation, his voice sounded as cold and arrogant as always. Maybe even a little colder than usual. She closed her eyes for a moment, then summoned the rest of her armor. By the time it weaved itself from sparks of light, the Lord of Shadows let go of her, and they ran toward the edge of the ruins together. The echoes of the cursed tyrant's pained howie were still traveling across the hollows when they escaped into the jungle, leaving the forgotten city behind. Just like that, their one-on-one expedition into the hollows was over. A few hours later, Nephi was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The world was mercilessly stark, black and white, with no place left for feeling or compromise. As it always happened after she overused her aspect, her emotions were dampened and weak, almost gone. Her heart was cold. Or maybe it was so impossibly scorching that it felt cold. She was tired, but couldn't feel the tiredness. One could not remember pain, but remembering having suffered pain was all too easy. Raising a hand, she allowed a soft radiance to ignite under her skin and stared at it silently. "It still hurts." "Good. That was good." Nephi knew that she had not truly lost herself as long as she could still feel the pain, and fear it. Snee signed. It was time to return. The fire keepers had already gathered in front of her, ready to depart. The three sleepers were also there, looking around with awe and amazement. Even Tamar, the legacy girl, was subdued by the solemn atmosphere of the dark temple. The master of the temple, meanwhile, had not come to see them off. Only his echo was watching. The Lord of Shadows. Such a mysterious man. Nephi tilted her head a little, remembering how he behaved in the forgotten ruin. Not during the battle, but before it. Surprisingly enough, the cold warrior seemed to have a lot of interest in history, almost like an explorer. That was a side of him she had not seen before. Which was understandable, considering that they didn't know each other too well. However, at that moment, her indifferent eyes glinted slightly. She thought back to their first meeting, when he challenged her to a duel. The style he used once belonged to her family. Naturally, Nephi had asked the Lord of Shadows who taught that style to him. And what had he answered? And what had he answered? Her lips parted. Nobody. Chapter 1685, Booming Business. "Boss, are you okay?" Alco's voice sounded a bit confused as she glanced at Sunny with a dubious expression. The petite girl was floating near the ceiling, taking inventory of their liquor shelf. He, meanwhile, was busy cooking and cursing under his breath. There were a lot of customers today, but Sunny could not even manifest an avatar to keep up with the flood of orders. That third guy. Selfish bastard. He gritted his teeth. Where did all my essence go? The gloomy shadow, left to its devices for once, was staring at him mockingly. Sunny glared at it back. What? I know we're the same person. It's a figure of speech, okay? The phrase "you have no one to blame but himself" had never been so poignant. The last few days had not been easy on Sunny, and it was all because of his third avatar. First, there was the problem with Weaver's mask. He had intended for the Lord of Shadow to wear it at all times, but in practice, it made having any kind of sensible conversation impossible. Well, not impossible, maybe, but definitely way too frustrating. So, Sunny had been busy crafting a special memory for the third avatar ever since returning from the mirror maze beneath Bastion. He could not really reproduce the Mantle of Lies. Weaver's mask was a divine memory, after all, so making a copy of even a single enchantment was utterly beyond his ability. He could create a knockoff Weaver's mask, though, by using an alteration of the Nebulous Mantle's enchantments. He had even added a bit of the Autumn Leaf, one of the memories he had lost, into the mix. As a result, the Lord of Shadows could still remain a mystery. His voice, height, hair color, and mystical traits were either hidden or distorted. Of course, he was not immune to all forms of divination unless the real Weaver's mask was summoned, but since Cassie already knew the truth and had agreed to hide it, there was no need for such a level of secrecy. For now, at least. Until the forces of the great clans arrived at Godgrave. In any case, creating this memory, which Sunny lazily named "Definitely Not Me," had kept him awake for a few nights. It was imperative that he created it, though. Awakened with affinity to shadows were already very rare, and if the humble shopkeeper in Bastion was discovered to not only share this rare trait with the mysterious Lord of Shadows, but also have similar height and build as the mysterious saint, his peaceful life would be over. Pulling a few all-nighters was a bit of a chore, but he could manage it. But then, he had to go and waste an ocean of essence in Godgrave, as well. Traversing the hollows and fighting great beasts was already bad enough. But then, Sunny decided to transport the two sleepers back all by himself. The ruins of the Forgotten City were situated in the vicinity of the Nameless Temple, but only relative to the overall size of the region. In truth, there was close to 200 kilometers between them. It was well within his power to make 3 or 4 consecutive jumps while carrying 2 dormant humans, and then come back the same way. The essence cost of such travel was very high, though, draining his reserves to a dangerous degree. So, now, Sunny felt rather helpless. He couldn't even allow himself to manifest an additional avatar, let alone do something more strenuous. Whatever essence he had left had to be preserved in case there was an emergency. It was a good thing that Nephi's had left Godgrave with the Fire Keepers. Gods knew, he wouldn't want her to see him in such a pathetic state. So, Sunny had no choice but to suffer and curse silently. He waited for a while, then took a deep breath. Damnation. Sunny was slowly starting to realize what the most terrible thing about Cassie's ability was not that she could spy on almost anyone undetected. It was that she was the one in control of who had the last word. Muttering under his breath, he returned to cooking. The day passed in a blur. Sunny was so busy that he had not sat down once until the evening, which, in theory, was a good thing. Why would he complain about how popular his restaurant was becoming? Cassie's commission was bound to be very profitable for the brilliant emporium, as well. It was just that working hard while also working hard in 2 other places were 2 entirely different things. As the sun rolled behind the horizon and the crescent moon appeared in the velvet sky, the dining hall of the brilliant emporium became deserted. Aiko had left, leaving Sunny to close down on his own. He was carrying a tray of dirty dishes to the kitchen when someone approached the door. Must be the person Cassie sent. He turned to the door, waiting for the person to enter. When the silver bell rang, though, Sunny suddenly tripped and fell on his face. The dishes rolled on the floor. What is she doing here? Laying on the floor, he cautiously looked up. Long legs, slender waist, a light summer dress, alabaster skin. The silky hair was black, but it was hardly enough to disguise her. Sunny's eyes widened. The person Cassie promised to send, is Nephi's? Indeed, there was no mistake. Nephi's, who had just left the nameless temple yesterday, was now somehow here, in the brilliant emporium. Looking down at him in confusion. She hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a polite tone. Master Sunless? I've been told that you can create powerful memories. Chapter 1686, Acts of Humanity. For Nephi's, the world was still stark and sharp, devoid of subtlety. Her emotions were still subdued, and mostly missing. It had not been long since the battle with condemnation, if their desperate escape could even be called a battle, and so, she had not recovered from the annihilating pain of burning her soul to ash yet. She had been in Godgrave just yesterday. Back then, they had waited on the steps of the nameless temple for a long time for its master to come and take them back to the waking world. Nephi's could have carried her warriors across the threshold of realms herself, but the tentative agreement with the Lord of Shadows was preventing her from placing a tether in the vicinity of his citadel. In the end, the mysterious saint walked out of the darkness and silently brought the fire keepers, the three sleepers, and herself away from the dream realm, one at a time. She suspected that he could carry more than one person across realms. Nephi's herself could carry 7 other saints, or more than 100 mundane people, but Shadow kept his secrets close to his chest, as always. She had been idly curious where his tether in the waking world would be. Saints usually had an established base there, most within the well-guarded walls of their clan's compound. Nephthys herself, as well as the fire keepers, operated from the former manor of the immortal Flame clan. It was a bit of a contentious topic, actually, because the Elders of Valor wanted them to reside within the great clan's stronghold in NQSC officially, for safety reasons, but truthfully to control them better. But the relationship between the fire keepers and the rest of Valor forces was generally a bit awkward, not the least because of the 6th month the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had spent hiding in the Dream Realm to avoid the fallout of Cassie's conflict with the Great Clan. It had only been resolved after Nephi's returned and agreed to become Anvil's adopted daughter. In any case, there were no independent saints, really. Everyone either had a legacy clan supporting them or worked for the government. So, Nephi's was understandably curious about where the Lord of Shadows tethered himself in the waking world. Was it a secret compound in NQSC? An unassuming residential building? A stronghold of a minor legacy clan in one of the other quadrants? The remains of an abandoned government facility, perhaps? She had idly imagined all kinds of places, thinking that they might hint to his real background. Curiously enough, though, the tether of the Lord of Shadows was carelessly placed in the middle of an empty street in the outskirts of NQSC. The outskirts were much more desolate now than they had been before, with many people having left for the Dream Realm. There were many abandoned areas like this one, where there was hardly any foot traffic. While unconventional, the placement of the tether seemed to be dictated by nothing except for pure convenience, which had not told her anything at all. She believed that there was some benefit to receiving counseling. Gods knew, her mental state was far from untroubled. It had been especially bad after the second nightmare, and would turn cold and emotionless every time she overused her aspect. Nephi's was concerned about losing the sight of her humanity, which was the reason she had agreed to therapy. However, it wasn't hard to guess that her assigned therapist was making regular reports about everything she said during their sessions. At first, the reports had gone to the government. After Nephi's joined Clan Valor, her initial counselor was suddenly unavailable, and referred her to a colleague. The new counselor was unmistakably making detailed reports to the elders of the Great Clan. So, it was a charade. Nephi's pretended not to know and continued to visit the therapist to nurture the feeling of false control Clan Valor had regarding her. That said, even a charade could be useful sometimes. There were many useful things she had learned from the counselors while they were learning falsehood from her. For example, the act of wearing mundane clothes. Nephi's would have been comfortable never dismissing her armor memories, but it was these small acts of human behavior that tethered her to humanity. She was also often encouraged to participate in mundane leisure activities and communicate with ordinary people more. There were other small things she had learned to do, as well. Nephi's found these tasks a bit tedious, but beneficial to the state of her soul. It was also good to her current endeavor of mastering the knowledge of passion. She tended to spend all her time in the company of a certain kind of people, awakened warriors, and elite ones at that. Their passions burned bright, but were usually colored with similar hues. Experiencing a wide range of human hopes and aspirations was bound to help her understand that elusive branch of her aspect legacy better. And so, Nephi's listened to her counselor well. Which was why she arrived at the quaint cafe in a remote part of Bastion feeling very uncomfortable in a light summer dress. Chapter 1687, Suddenly, and Without Warning. It was winter in NQSC, but here in Bastion, the weather was warm and mild. Nephi did not receive a lot of opportunities to take a leisurely stroll around town, but she remembered enjoying the thriving atmosphere of the swiftly developing city during her last outing, which was about a year ago, now. The city sprawling around the beautiful lake had changed tremendously since then. Of course, Nephi was familiar with all these changes. She gazed down upon the bustling streets of Bastion often from the tranquil height of her heavenly island, studying the lively flow of human activity from a distance. Every time the ivory tower returned here, the city seemed different. The humans, however, were the same. Sadly, Nephi did not enjoy diving into their liveliness today. She was still recovering from the battle with condemnation, after all. Her stroll was not entirely for leisure, either. She had left the castle with a specific purpose in mind. Nephi had long been searching for a talented enchanter. She and the fire keepers received plenty of memories by slaying nightmare creatures, sure, but those memories were too dependent on the whims of the spell. Very few of them solved her needs perfectly, or were powerful enough to make a difference. That was where awakened enchanters could help. The problem was that craftsmen capable of forging memories, or even enchanted items, were extremely rare. Most of them belonged to the Valor family, and while Nephi could easily commission a memory from her own clan, that would defeat the purpose. It was precisely because her most powerful memories were either known to or directly created by the great clan Valor that she was searching for an independent enchanter in secret. Yesterday, Cassie informed her that their search had finally borne fruit. Not only that, but the person in question resided right here, in Bastion, and as a cherry on top, he even happened to possess an extremely rare affinity to shadows. The last part was of no importance for the commission, but given the sudden entrance of the Lord of Shadows on the stage, Nephi was curious to learn more about this unusual element and its nuances. Therefore, Cassie had decisively sent her to meet the enchanter personally. Nephi was not sure why she had to go herself, but since Cassie assured her that this person could be trusted to keep a secret, she arrived at the place late in the evening knowing her friend, the man would have passed an extensive background check, so there was no reason not to. That said, it wasn't easy for Nephi to walk freely on the streets of Bastion. Her fame was too great to remain unrecognized. So, she used several cosmetic memories to slightly alter her appearance. Even then, she had only ventured out after it was already dark. Reaching the quiet lakeshore street, she glanced at the cozy brick cottage, and then at the sign hanging above the door. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, Cafe and Memory Boutique. For a moment, Nephi tried to imagine what it would have felt like to live in a simple cottage like that and make a living by doing peaceful things, away from the bloodshed and stench of the battlefield. He was like an elegant porcelain doll dressed in fine black silk. This softer kind of beauty of his was so unlike the rugged handsomeness of the seasoned warriors Nephi usually encountered. More than that, the young man entirely lacked presence, the mystical kind hinting that he wasn't very powerful a master. Which made sense. Not every awakened was a warrior, and after Antarctica, there were even plenty of masters who had ascended out of necessity, not choice. Someone with a utility aspect did not have to wield a sword, and many lived without experiencing much strife or violence. Or even none whatsoever. No matter how distant and strange such a life seemed to Nephi. Cassie did not tell me. She suddenly realized that she had been silent for too long. Keeping her face expressionless, Nephi spoke. Ah, yes, Master Sunless, I presume? Saint Cassia sent me. The enchanter looked at her strangely, hesitated for a moment, and then said politely. Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephice. Saint Cassia did not warn me. Nephice nodded. Yes. She didn't warn me, either. He blinked. Sorry? She cleared her throat and looked away in embarrassment. No, nothing. I am here to talk about a memory. Chapter 1688, Cherry on Top. I think I might kill Cassie. Sunny kept a smile on his face to hide how startled and rattled he was. It may have looked a bit sheepish, and he may have looked like a bit of a clown, but there was nothing he could do about that. It already took a titanic effort for Sunny not to glance at the dirty dishes scattered on the floor, or summon a swarm of shadows to quickly clean them away. Keep calm. Nephice was here, in the brilliant emporium, looking at him with a strange expression. Well, of course her expression was strange. He had just made a fool out of himself right in front of her. And that was technically their first meeting, no less, which started with him planting on his face. Sunny wanted to fall through the floor. Actually, that might be possible. It would not take a lot for the marvelous mimic to swallow him into the basement. Struggling to throw these thoughts out of his head, Sunny asked in as polite of tone as he could manage, given the circumstances. Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephice, Saint Cassia did not warn me. Not only was Nephice here, but she was also wearing a dress. A dress? That should have been categorized as a crime. Her light dress was simple and white, with not much decoration. It covered her shoulders and had a modest neckline, the hem resting somewhat high above her knees. Nevertheless, the modesty of the dress only served to accentuate the graceful line of her slender body, and the stark contrast between her alabaster skin and black hair only made her gray eyes look more striking. Suddenly, Sunny was thankful that it was already dark outside. Otherwise, Neff's appearance might have caused the brilliant emporium to be besieged by a mob of admirers. And then, he would have had to hold himself back from minting a fresh batch of soul coins. Suddenly, he realized that Nephice had said something. He had no idea what. Sunny blinked. Sorry? She cleared her throat, then looked away, perhaps in displeasure at his lack of manners and mental faculties. No, nothing. I am here to talk about a memory. Sunny forced out another smile, then gestured to one of the tables. Please, take a seat, I will be with you shortly. The last part was a bit problematic, but after thinking about it for a moment, Sunny had to admit that it was for the best that Nephice had been warned in advance. She would have noticed the nature of his aspect sooner or later. Anyway, it was better to inform her first to prevent her from getting the wrong idea. Or rather, the right idea. In any case, carrying the glass of water back. Sunny somehow found himself also carrying a small plate with a piece of cherry cake on it, as well. He had made the cake this morning to prevent the batch of Beast Farm cherries from going bad, but as to how it ended up on a plate in his hand right now. Sunny's recollection was foggy. He was suddenly full of suspicion. You didn't erase my memories, did you? For the first time in a while, Cassie's voice sounded confused. Huh? He gritted his teeth. Of course, she didn't. She wouldn't have been able to in such a short amount of time, not to mention without looking him into the eyes. Never mind. It was already too late to turn back. Returning to the dining hall, he placed the glass of water and the piece of cake in front of Nephice. She stared at the cake silently, then looked up and glanced at him. Her serious eyes were way too tantalizing. Crap. This whole situation was wrong. Why wasn't she wearing her armor? Had she destroyed her armor again? Is that why she was wearing a dress today? Was the memory she wanted to commission an armor? Then he had to finish the commission as fast as possible. On the other hand, really, it wouldn't hurt to take his time with it. Would it? He wouldn't want to make anything less than flawless if it was for Nephice. Keeping his expression neutral, Sunny sat down across from her and said with a polite smile. You probably haven't heard that our cafe is famous for its desserts. Of course, she hadn't. Because it wasn't. But then again, Nephi's had made him dessert once. So it was only fair for him to return the favor, right? Chapter 1689, Satisfactory Answer. Nephi was surprised to see a piece of cake in front of her. The cake was placed on a beautiful porcelain plate, and even had a fresh cherry on top. It was not like she had never seen one before, but desserts weren't exactly a mainstay of her diet. Right. It's a cafe, as well. She picked up a small silver spoon and tasted the cake, simply to not seem impolite. I wonder if he is really capable of forging a memory that would not lose to those created by valor. Wait, why is it so tasty? Placing the spoon down, she looked at the handsome shopkeeper and remained silent for a moment. Eventually, Nephi said, "It seems that you have already recognized me, Master Sunless. I'll be straight, then. I need a memory forged, and a potent one at that. Saint Xianxia informed me that you are a talented enchanter who is only unknown because you prefer to keep your talents hidden. I can understand why, and it even makes things easier. But are you really good enough to satisfy the needs of someone as powerful as me?" The young enchanter looked at her, a strange expression appearing on his charming face for a moment. Was he, perhaps, stumped by her question and felt insecure about his talent? Creating a memory for one of the most renowned saints in the world was not an easy task, after all. Master Sunless coughed and briefly looked away. Seeing that subtly bashful expression of his, made Nephi understand why this cafe was so famous. Needless to say, it was probably not because of desserts. "Cassie, what the hell?" Cassie's pleasant voice resounded in her head a moment later. "What?" Nephi kept her expression neutral. "Why is this enchanter you found so? Cassie answered innocently. "So what?" Nephi sighed. "Never mind. It was a silly question, anyway." She had just been startled a little. Master Sunless, meanwhile, seemed to find his confidence again and answered with a faint smile. "I can promise that you'll be satisfied, Lady Nephi." His eye suddenly twitched, for some reason. The poor man must have been nervous. Nephi knew that meeting her had that effect on many people. The enchanter continued in the same pleasant tone. "Let me rephrase that. What I mean to say is that the memories I create are top-notch. That said, can I ask you a question?" Nephi wanted to answer that he could, but suddenly found herself unable to. That was because, at some point in time, another bite of the delicious cake found its way into her mouth. She didn't even notice how. It was very strange. "It seems my soul is recovering faster, this time?" Feeling anything was already a good sign. Eventually, Master Sunless spoke. "If that is the case, then there are 3 ways for me to make a sword for you, Lady Nephi." She tilted her head slightly. "Oh?" He nodded. "The first way is the most straightforward. I can take an already existing memory and alter it to fit your needs. That method is the easiest, but also the most limited." Nephi raised an eyebrow. Cassie had not told her that Master Sunless was proficient enough to alter memories granted to awakened by the spell, not just create his own. Even among the enchanters of valor, that was a rare skill. In fact, he didn't know anyone except for Anvil himself who was capable of that feat. And the young enchanter called it the easiest. The charming young man, meanwhile, continued. "The second way is to create a memory from scratch. That would take longer, and would require me to use both suitably potent materials and soul shards of a high rank. Of course, the result would be much more lethal. Your current weapon, the Kinslayer. I am confident that I can forge something just as deadly, given enough time." Nephi was impressed. Her sword was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Strangely enough, it was as powerful as many supreme weapons were, but, of course, Master Sunless would not know that. While the name of her sword and its rank were well known, very few people had detailed information about it. It was more or less a military secret. Still, it was quite remarkable for an Ascended to be confident in creating a top-tier transcendent weapon. It seemed that he was supremely competent in his craft. Being one herself, Nephi's liked competent people. What is the third way? He smiled softly. The third way is the longest, and the hardest as well. It would require a lot of effort, from both of us, actually, not just from me. We will also have to spend a lot of time together. But if I succeed, the resulting memory will be truly powerful. Nephi took a sip of cold water, suddenly feeling invigorated. She lingered for a moment, then asked evenly. How powerful, exactly? Master Sunless looked at her seriously, his smile dimming. After a short pause, he said with a hint of sober ambition in his pleasantly melodious voice. Powerful enough to kill a god, I'd say. Chapter 1690, A Blade to Slay the Gods plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1690, A Blade to Slay the Gods. Understandably, Nephi seemed doubtful of Sunny's outrageous claim. She looked at him silently for a few moments, then raised an eyebrow. But you are merely an ascended, forgive me for being blunt. How can an ascended create something that powerful? Sunny could see how she would question his ability to keep such a promise. However, he meant what he had said. Because he had been thinking of a way to achieve something like that for a long, long time. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. It's easier than you think, not that any random ascended would be able to, of course. But my way of creating memories is rather unique, so I can do more than most. It would be easier for me to show you. Would you mind following me? Nephi did not move, looking at him intently. I don't mind following, Master Sunless. But not yet. He frowned a little. Not yet? She nodded slowly, her face still and motionless. Her voice sounded even. Yes, Nephi paused for a moment, then added stoically. Haven't finished my cake yet. Sunny thought that he had heard her wrong. What? He blinked. But Nephi ignored his confused stare, picked up her spoon elegantly, and turned her attention to the piece of cherry cake. She ate it unhurriedly, maintaining a composed expression. He couldn't tell if she enjoyed the taste or was simply reluctant to waste food. A couple of minutes later, Nephi put her spoon down, wiped her lips with a napkin, and nodded courteously. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Sunny slowly shook his head. No. It's on the house. What was going on in that head of hers? They had been talking about killing gods, and then paused, for cake, new W novels updates at novelhall.com. Not that Sunny was complaining. In fact, he would have enjoyed watching her eat an entire cake instead of just a small piece, if she wanted to. 10 cakes, even, although that would be a bit costly. Shall we go, then? Saint Cassia must have informed you that my shop is actually an ascended devil. In fact, the volume of its interior seems a bit too vast, doesn't it? She lingered for a bit, then shrugged. It is hard to say without knowing what creature you killed to receive this echo. But yes, I would have expected it to be much smaller. Dimensional storage memories of the ascended rank are usually much more modest. Sunny pointed at himself. But, you see, this dimensional storage is a bit unique. Because its volume does not depend on the creature's rank and class, but rather on the potency of the creature's master soul. Which, in this case, would be my soul. Nephi remained silent for a moment. It seems that you have an unusually potent soul, then. He chuckled, causing a small smile to appear on her lips. Thank you for the compliment. That is not the point, though. She frowned, then suddenly pierced him with an intense gaze. Do you mean to say? Sunny nodded. Indeed. It is not impossible for me to create a memory that is bound to its wielder's soul, and is thus as powerful as the wielder is. You strike me as someone who will continue to grow stronger, Lady Nephi. So, it is not impossible for your sword to become sharp enough to slay a god, one day. Sunny was being a little dishonest, but only a little. In truth, his ambition was not to replicate the enchantments of the covetous coffer. What he was after, and had been trying to achieve for a while now, was to replicate the bound trait of the onyx mantle, which was responsible for that attribute of his being as potent as his soul was. The reason for that was the shift in his perception of power, and his views of memories, after becoming transcendent. Sunny had long realized that truly powerful beings did not pursue greater power from the weapons they wielded and the tools they used, because they themselves were the power. The weapons and the tools were only meant to channel their own strength, not be a source of external might. And yet, it had always been the opposite for Sunny. He had made himself into a lethal warrior, yes, but most of his victories came from cleverly using the enchantments of his powerful memories, which he could utilize better than other awakened due to his eyes having been altered by blood weave. Being banished from the spell, he had lost most of these memories. That had shown him, in a rather cruel manner, the difference between internal and external power. So, even though Sunny could craft himself a diverse arsenal of potent memories, he had not done so. Because he was powerful enough to not need it, and did not wish to be led astray by excessive reliance on undeserved strength. He would rather achieve such strength himself. That way, he would be following in the footsteps of those who were truly divine. So, the only memories Sunny wanted to craft for himself were those that would help him channel his own power better, or provide simple convenience. He also wanted these memories to be able to keep up with his progress. Therefore, he had to master the bound enchantment. The problem was that forging a memory that possessed such a trait was not easy, since it had to be intricately tied to one's very soul. But it would be different if Nephi's and her soul flame, as well as the Crown of Dawn, were there to help him. Chapter 1691, Skill Issue. Nephi's remained for a while, considering what the charming enchanter had said. A weapon that was as powerful as its wielder was. Slowly, white sparks ignited in the depths of her eyes. A growing memory. They did exist, but were exceedingly rare. Most of the ones she heard of had not even been received from slaying nightmare creatures, but were instead aspect legacy relics. Having a sword that would allow her to fully express the power of her aspect was already exciting enough. But if that sword could also reflect her power as a transcendent titan, and one who had inherited the lineage of sun god as well, such a blade would indeed be worthy of slaying gods. As long as Nephi's was worthy. She glanced at Master Sunless, who remained calm and composed. Was he really capable of forging such a memory? Suddenly, the young man seemed to possess a different kind of allure in her eyes. He's precious, a precious resource, I mean. Cassie has really outdone herself this time. If what he had said was true. Nephi's hesitated for a moment. Can you really do it? Master Sunless gave her an electric smile. I haven't done it before, but I am confident that it can be achieved. It might be that nobody else is capable, but I am. She raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to distrust his confidence. Not just because it was hard to imagine someone who looked like him being dishonest, but also because she could vaguely sense his passion. Nephi's had no doubt that Master Sunless was an inspired artisan. She was familiar with artistic ambition, and his was of the kind that could produce miracles. Of course, he could simply be delusional. But Cassie would not have sent her here if there was any doubt about his ability. How had Valor failed to scout this talent? FOLL0W current novels on N/O/V/3L/B, in co/M. She looked away, studying the abominable remains surrounding them. It was quite a collection, since the charming young man did not seem like much of a fighter. He must have procured these material with soul shards and coin. That alone spoke volumes of his dedication. Nephi sighed. How are you so different from all the other enchanters? He smiled. It is simple, really. Have you read the exploration report of the Tomb of Ariel? Master Sunless suddenly fell silent, and then paled a little. In quite an endearing way. Oh. I am deeply sorry, Lady Nephi's. I said something stupid. You were there yourself. He shifted from one foot to another, trying to hide his embarrassment. In any case, you must be familiar with the cult of the nightmare spell mentioned in the report. There used to be sorcerers of a very special kind among those cultists, called weavers. That illusory game? Suddenly, she felt a very unfamiliar emotion rise in her cold and scorched heart. The contrast between the shy pride written all over the charming enchanter's beautiful face and the sheer silliness of the thing he was so proud of, was so cute. Nephi's had to look away. Ah. I see, how remarkable. Well, in that case, we can arrange something. With that, she took a deep breath and headed for the door. It's getting late, and I need to return to the castle. We will be in touch. Oh, and thank you for the cake, Master Sunless. It was delicious. He seemed a little startled. It was? All right. I'll be waiting, then. Good night, Lady Nephis. The silver bell rang melodiously as she left. Walking outside, Nephis felt the cool wind caress her cheeks. She kept her expression neutral as they headed toward the ferry to the castle. Well, what do you think? Cassie's voice resounded in her head a moment later. Nephis contemplated for a few moments. I like what I saw. Even if he fails to forge a worthy sword for me, we should work on recruiting him as a memory master for the Fire Keepers. Cassie remained silent for a bit. You liked what you saw, huh? Nephis did not deign to reply. Why was Cassie acting so mischievously these days? Well, actually, she was glad to see her friend coming back to a semblance of normalcy. Although very few people noticed, Cassie had not been doing well for the last few years. It was a good sign if she was in the mood to joke around. Nephis felt relieved. Just as she thought that, though, her friend suddenly spoke again. But, Neph, I have a little piece of advice. You know, just something to think about. The next time you meet a young man and like what you see, maybe don't start the conversation by demanding to know if he can satisfy your needs. You might give him the wrong idea. Nephis frowned. What is she talking about? Satisfy my... She thought back to her conversation with Master Sunless and froze. Suddenly, the wind did not feel so cool anymore. Blushing deeply, Nephis covered her face and walked away. Her steps might have been a little hurried. Chapter 1692, Return Customer. Back in the brilliant emporium, Sunny was standing motionlessly in the middle of the dining hall. His face was frozen. The streets of Bastion had long turned dark, and he was enveloped by a peaceful silence. Some time later, he looked down and stared at the gloomy shadow. I did not imagine the whole thing, did I? The shadow stared at him back and shrugged. Nevertheless, it seemed strangely elated. Maybe? No. Nephis had definitely been here just now. Her plate was still on the table, and her glass was still mostly full of water. Not only had she been here, but Sunny was now apparently making a soulbound sword for her. Slowly, his face paled. What did I do? It all seemed perfectly reasonable and cunning in the moment. Not only would he be able to fulfill his ambition of replicating the bound enchantment with Neph's help, but she would also reveal the secrets of her transcendent battle art to him, completely of her own volition. Not to mention the hefty sum he would earn for the commission. But now, Sunny was panicking. Why did he insist on spending lots of time with her? That was the exact opposite of what the humble shopkeeper was supposed to do. His only task was to stay as far away from Nephis as possible and live a tranquil, peaceful life. And now, in the span of just a few days, Sunny ended up being entangled with Nephis and Cassie both. Somehow. This wasn't a part of the plan. But it was also not that bad. Despite how contrary to his plans the current situation was, Sunny found himself smiling. In fact, despite his panic, he was just as elated as the gloomy shadow. Too much so, even, to the point that his second avatar was currently humming a happy melody in Ravenheart, which made Rain stare at him weirdly. Sunny abruptly stopped humming. Crap. He had did it now. The next day, Sunny informed somewhat sleepy Aiko that Changing Star had visited the shop late in the evening to commission a memory. Funnily enough, the Lord of Shadows was in the same situation. The elders of Clan Valor were taking their sweet time discussing how to negotiate with him, so he had nothing better to do than wait. Only the Avatar in Ravenheart was busy, since he and Rain were in the initial stages of planning a hunt for the awakened abomination. A few more days passed, and then, Sunny was distracted by the sound of plates rolling in the dining hall. Looking up from the stove, he wiped his hands and went to check what had happened. When he left the kitchen, what met him was the sight of Aiko having planted face first into the floor. There was a new customer standing at the entrance, sunlight pouring over her shoulders and illuminating her slender figure. The customers were staring at her in silent awe. Nephis, meanwhile, looked down with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. "Aiko, are you all right?" She was wearing civilian clothes once again, this time having replaced the criminal summer dress with fashionable white trousers and a fitted black blouse. The petite girl mumbled a stifled curse and slowly picked herself off the floor. "Ah, yes. I'm perfectly fine, Lady Nephis." What brings you here?" Sunny had the same question. He had expected for Cassie to summon him telepathically, or maybe one of the fire keepers arrived to hand him an invitation. The fact that Nephis arrived personally was rather strange. Did she have a lot of free time? As a matter of fact, she probably did, waiting for the elders of Clan Valor to make a decision. The same way the Lord of Shadows was waiting. But that still did not explain why she had come to the brilliant Emporium. Secretly stumped, Sunny walked over and made sure that Nephis could not see, and gave Aiko a smug look. Then, he turned away with a pleasant expression. "Welcome, welcome. I didn't expect you to visit our establishment again so soon, my lady." Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then said neutrally. "I'm here to continue the discussion we started last time." "Oh, and?" Her expression remained stoic. "I'm a bit parched. Would you mind serving me some tea? And something to go along with it, cake will do fine." Sunny's smile wavered for a moment. He sighed. "I'm afraid we don't have cake at the moment." "But..." His chin rose a little. "I've been told that my waffles are to die for. Please have a seat. I'll be with you shortly." Chapter 1693, Convincing Lie. Very soon, Sunny personally delivered a portion of his nearly immaculate waffles to Nephis, complete with a scoop of vanilla ice cream and some freshly cut strawberries. "I think I've outdone myself this time. If I do say so myself." He was in a great mood. Sunny wasn't sure what had come over him, but he was especially inspired today while making the waffles. It almost felt like he was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of his culinary skill. Perhaps the missing ingredient was not the waffles themselves, but the customer for whom he was making them? Contemplating these profound issues, he sat across from Nephis and smiled. She wasn't wearing that clumsy disguise of hers today, so he could enjoy the sight of her lustrous silver locks. The few customers present in the dining hall were frozen in stunned awe, the name-changing star ready to fall from their lips. Sunlight seemed especially radiant in her presence, bathing the brilliant Emporium in a warm glow. Sunny felt his heartbeat quickening. Nephi spared him a short glance, then looked away to take a sip of tea. Finally, she picked up the spoon and took a small bite of the waffle with an aloof expression. "She won't even look at me." "Well, makes sense. Why would she?" Unlike Sunny, who couldn't help stealing glances at Nephis, she was probably preoccupied with different thoughts. He sighed. "I can't help but notice that you are not hiding your identity anymore, Lady Nephis. I was under the assumption that you wanted to keep the commission secret, though. What changed?" She put the spoon down, gave the waffles a strange stare, and then finally faced him. "I still do. However, plans had to change due to our last conversation. Considering that we will have to spend a lot of time together, trying to hide our connection from Valor is not an option. They'll discover a new person in my immediate circle sooner than later, so we will have to resort to a bit of misdirection, instead." A subtle smile touched her lips. "Congratulations, Master Sunless. You are now the official memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers, an independent specialist we've hired to handle sales and acquisitions of sorceress equipment. Of course, you will receive a generous commission for every deal you facilitate, which will pay for the actual commission. As Sunny froze, unable to speak, she studied his face for a few moments and then returned to the waffles with a small, but seemingly pleased smile. Goddamn. We've struck it rich, Iko. Signing an official contract with the Fire Keepers was not much different from receiving a government tender. The memory boutique side of the brilliant emporium was about to explode in revenue, all of that simply to bury the exchange of soul shards for the actual work Sunny was being hired to do. Very crafty. It was Cassie who had come up with that scheme, without a doubt. She remained silent for a while, then took a sip of tea. Then, she cleared her throat. What I mean to say, is that people will assume that I am infatuated with you. That I've arranged for you to have a position with the Fire Keepers because you are my paramour. So, I am here today to plant the seeds of that impression. Master Sunless. Paramour. Sunny froze. He was suddenly happy that he had not brought himself a cup of tea, as well, because he would have definitely spat it all out at that moment. The implications of what Nephi had said slowly seeped into his mind. It wasn't that outrageous, on the contrary, it was an ingenious lie that would perfectly explain why the two of them were spending time together. People loved nothing more than salacious rumors, after all. But, still. What she's trying to say is that my cover will be that I'm her boy toy? Sunny was mortified. But also, intrigued. But also mortified. The mix of emotions must have been apparent on his face, because Nephi suddenly picked her cup, looked away, and said evenly. It is just for the sake of deception, of course. I'll understand if you're uncomfortable with this arrangement. Sunny slowly shook his head and forced out a pale smile. I'm not uncomfortable. She looked at him with a hint of concern. Are you sure? Come to think of it. I didn't even ask if you have a partner. I wouldn't want for your girlfriend to misunderstand. Sunny's smile grew brittle. I am sure, and there's no one like that. This arrangement works, for me. I think it's a splendid idea, very deceptive. Internally, though, he was imploding. Saint Cassia, care to explain yourself? Chapter 1694, Facing the Consequences. Cassie did not answer. Perhaps she wasn't in the mood to waste essence to hijack his senses, or perhaps she simply did not want to. In any case, after that bombshell of a revelation, Sunny sat quietly and stared into the distance for a while. He was trying to understand how he had ended up in this situation. It was all his fault, of course, really, Sunny had no one but himself to blame. Had he not suggested creating a soulbound memory for Nephi on the spur of the moment, there would have been no need for them to interact, let alone do so while hiding the real reason from Clan Valor. The Lord of Shadows would have continued to play his role as her battle partner, while the humble shopkeeper would have continued living his mostly peaceful life in solitude. But now, I'm going to be a kept man. Gods, why am I so handsome? That pretty face of his was a curse. If Sunny had a more rugged appearance, Cassie would have had to come up with a different explanation for his presence near Nephi. The Lord of Shadows, who always wore a ferocious mask, received nothing but respect, but when Sunny showed his face, the most people could believe was that he had caught the princess's fancy due to his pleasing looks. Surely, being a saint and ruling a citadel in a death zone had nothing to do with the difference in treatment. I can't believe it. Jed had once told Sunny that he could become a flower boy one day. Who knew that her words would not only come true, but also come back to bite him one day? He glanced at Nephi furtively. She was finishing her waffles with a calm expression, seemingly not affected by the sensitive nature of their conversation at all. There was no hint of agitation or embarrassment on her beautiful face, and her posture remained graceful and poised, like always. Well, it made sense. It was nothing but a strategy of deception for her, after all. She did not know Sunny, and only saw him as a valuable resource. A talented enchanter who could create a powerful memory for her to use. But it was different for Sunny. Because, to him, she meant so much more. Throwing another glance at her, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. What happened. There's no point in worrying about it now. In fact, he should just accept the situation and allow himself to enjoy it. Sunny would have lied if he said that he didn't feel a little bit excited about the whole situation. After all, if Nephi's was calm, then why couldn't he be calm, as well? He's looking at me, what do I do, should I? He's looking at me again. Pretending to be nonchalant, Nephi tried to concentrate on the stunningly delicious waffles that Master Sunless had made for her and not show any sign of her distress. She didn't quite understand how she had allowed Cassie to convince her to go with this plan. When they discussed how to go about allowing the charming enchanter to stay close to her without alerting Clan Valor to the true purpose of the arrangement, the idea seemed quite reasonable. Strategically, it was sound. Cassie. Her friend's voice resounded in her head a moment later, composed and calming. Yes? Nephi lingered for a few moments. Prepare the contract. There was a little pause, and then Cassie replied neutrally. Already done. Nephi was a little surprised. She hesitated for a bit, then asked mentally. You already did it? But what if he refused? Her friend chuckled. Why would he refuse? There's an army of men out there who would kill for the opportunity to act as your romantic partner. Don't sell yourself short. Nephi frowned. That was true. She was beautiful in her own right, young, wealthy, renowned, and had the backing of a prestigious family. So, then. Her frown deepened a little. Now, wait a second. So why did he look so put upon? Who does he think? Her thoughts, however, were interrupted by Cassie's pleasant voice. Oh, I wanted to say something. The way you found out if he has a girlfriend, well done. Very slick. Nephi blinked. What? Then, her eyes widened a little. A moment later, Master Sunless appeared near her table. He seemed to have regained his composure. Sparing Nephi a bright smile, the charming young man bowed slightly. We can leave. Lady Nephi? Are you all right? She took a deep breath. Yes. I am fine. Let's just go. Chapter 1695, all according to plan. Leaving an avatar behind to help Aiko in the kitchen, Sunny left the brilliant emporium with Nephi. The avatar did not have the benefit of wearing the nebulous mantle, but his transcendent presence would be safely contained as long as he did not enter the dining hall. Since the entire interior of the brilliant emporium was situated in the dimensional storage of the marvelous mimic, anyone would find it hard to catch a glimpse of what was happening in the kitchen. The cafe would still close for the day as soon as the current customers left, though. When Sunny told Aiko about the contract with the fire keepers, she was beyond happy for a few moments. However, pretty soon, they discovered a problem. Although the real purpose of the memory purveyor position was to hide the commission of an enchanted sword for Nephi, that cover still had to be maintained. Which meant that the brilliant emporium would really have to handle the sales of the memories earned by the fire keepers, as well as the acquisition of the memories they wished to purchase. The problem was that Sunny's reputation as a memory broker was all a smokescreen, and he did not really possess a network of connections to facilitate such deals. Luckily, Aiko still had some contacts from running the brilliant emporium alone in the past, so she had to come up with a business plan and accomplish a lot of relevant things with utmost haste. The petite girl seemed daunted by the sudden task, but he could almost see piles of coins reflecting in her eyes. In any case, that was what was happening to Aiko and the avatar in the brilliant emporium. Sunny himself, meanwhile, was accompanying Nephi on a leisurely stroll across Bastion. He had to admit that they made for quite a pair. Nephi looked elegant and sharp in her crisp civilian clothes, while his attire was refined and tasteful. Sunny noticed that the two of them collected a lot of stares. Some people even turned around to watch them go. Some of them recognized Nephi, some of them didn't. He felt a little uncomfortable with all that attention, but knew that it was the very reason they were out in the open. The streets of Bastion were lively at that time of day. Nephi looked around with curiosity, a faint smile playing on her lips. Eventually, she asked, "Have you lived in Bastion long, Master Sunless?" He shook his head. No, only for about a year. She raised an eyebrow. Where were you before? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. After Antarctica, here and there. I spent some time exploring the wilderness after the nightmare. Sunny did not specify which nightmare he meant, letting Nephice make her own wrong conclusion. There was nothing strange with saying that he had wandered the dream realm for years before settling in Bastion, either it would have been a deadly affair before, but after the dream gates were open, there was much more travel between various citadels. Both the sword domain and the song domain were swiftly turning into actual states, as opposed to loose alliances of isolated strongholds. There were all kinds of activities going on in the wilderness of the dream realm these days. Roads were being constructed, trade routes were being established, fortified relay stations were being constructed, and so on. As the infrastructure of the domains was being built at a staggering speed, there was a need for all kinds of people to head into the wilds. The vast expanse of the dream realm, the part of it conquered by humans, was not a place where only warriors could survive anymore. Of course, every team had to be guarded by awakened escorts, but there were geologists, mapmakers, builders, explorers, messengers, merchants, and numerous other specialists traveling across it now. Nephice most likely assumed that he was a part of a large merchant caravan in the past. She smiled. I've been here for about 3 years, one guess. But actually, with how often I am away, the actual number of days I've spent in Bastion won't even account for 3 months. So, in a sense, you've been living here longer than me. Her smile grew a little wistful. Sunny's heart fluttered. He stared at her silently, his face growing pale. He was not all right. What the hell is that? Am I in a romantic drama? If so, why the hell am I the one being caught? It's the man's job to catch the pretty female lead. Although romance was not his genre of choice, Sunny had consumed a lot of such stories during his years in the outskirts. Back then, he had always mocked the hapless female leads, who always seemed to trip, slip, and fall, right into the arms of the cold and aloof male leads, of course. He had even suspected that there was something in the water wherever the characters lived, since their coordination seemed non-existent. Who knew that he would find himself in the same situation, one day? And in the wrong role, to boot. He cleared his throat. I am fine now, thanks. You can let me go. It seemed that Nephice only realized that she was still holding him at that moment. There were a lot of people staring at them with wide eyes. She remained silent for a few moments, then smoothly pulled him to his feet, unwrapped her arm from his waist, and touched her hair lightly. Her expression remained perfectly nonchalant. I see. That is good. Sunny straightened the nebulous mantle, trying to chase away the memory of her warm touch from his mind. And failing. Turning away, he sighed, bent down, and picked up the wrapper. Then, he walked to a nearby trash bin and tossed it inside. Returning to Nephice, he smiled apologetically. What was he supposed to say now? I dislike people who litter. What was that? She nodded, still looking away. Yeah. Let's hurry to the ferry, now. I think we put on a good enough act, already. Well done. Sunny blinked. Yeah, a good act, right. I thought I'd improvise. The two of them continued on their way to the ferry, both keeping quiet. Sunny was too indignant and embarrassed to speak, while Nephice probably didn't care to. There was something strange about her, though. Had her shoulders trembled a few times? No, it was probably just his imagination. Chapter 1696, VIP Treatment. Eventually, they reached the Plur. There were 6 ferries carrying people and cargo across the lake to the castle, operating in pairs. The one Sunny and Nephice approached was located on the eastern shore, and was meant for passengers. There was another pair of ferries on the southern side of the lake, in the direction of the Dream Gate, mostly used for transporting cargo. The last pair was on the northern shore, usually used by the awakened warriors departing on expeditions. Every time Sunny returned to the waking world, he had to purchase a ticket, wait in line, and then spend some unpleasant time on the crowded passenger deck of the ferry. Most masters had access to much more comfortable accommodations, but they also had a higher status than him. Since Sunny did not serve any established power and preferred to remain low-key, the treatment he received was much less glamorous than what an ascended deserved. He didn't mind it too much. Today, however, his experience was entirely different. Not only did Nephice not bother to buy tickets, which made sense, considering that the enchanted ferry technically belonged to her family, but they were even immediately guided to the luxurious VIP deck. There was no crowd here. In fact, there did not seem to be any other passengers on the smaller deck, at all, at least not yet. Instead of the crowded standing arrangement, there were soft sofas and tastefully engraved tables. There were even refreshments and beverages provided, served on a separate table. The deck was situated at the front of the ferry and raised, so nothing obstructed the beautiful view of the vast lake and the picturesque castle rising from the waters in the distance. A soft breeze blew across the lake, playing with Neff's radiant silver locks. Sunny enjoyed the view for a few moments, then looked away and inhaled slowly. They walked to the beautifully laced wooden railing and looked at the sunlit vista. There was some time left before the ferry would depart, so they had nothing to do but wait. Both were silent, but strangely enough, Sunny did not feel awkward at that moment. Instead, he felt at peace. After a while, Nephi suddenly asked. Master Sunless, you possess a high affinity to shadows, don't you? FOLL0W current novels on N/O/V/3L/B, in, co/M. He nodded slowly. I do. She considered her next words carefully. What can you tell me about shadows? And people whose aspects have to do with them? Now, it was his turn to choose words. After thinking for a bit, Sunny shrugged. I can tell you a lot, actually, but also not that much. I am ashamed to say that I don't understand my element well, myself. Which is a bit fitting, if you think about it, considering that Shadow God was also the god of mysteries. Shadows are a unique concept. Someone considers them to be the opposite of light, but actually, shadows and light are just two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. It is true darkness that is their enemy. He walked hurriedly toward Nephice, but before he could reach her, a new passenger arrived. She noticed Neff's slender figure, grinned, and walked past him with wide strides. Princess. Effie hugged Neff around the shoulder with a bright smile. When did you return to Bastion? No, wait, you're not leaving right away again, are you? Nephice opened her mouth to answer, but Effie gave her no choice. Great. Listen. She leaned closer and whispered loudly. You're still single, aren't you? Well, let me tell you, that won't do. A beauty like you should not just be worshipped by the masses, but also appreciated by a dashing man. The masses won't warm you on a cold and windy night, after all, well, unless you're into that kind of thing. Neff's eyes widened. Effie. The huntress laughed. I'm saying all this for a reason. How about, you let me set you up with someone? Princess, I found you a perfect match. He's a young master here in Bastion, homeowner, runs a successful business. None of that tiresome legacy baggage either. Oh, he's an amazing cook, as well. Gods, I am starting to salivate just from thinking, oh, and to be clear, one don't mean thinking about the food. Neff trembled. Effie, wait. But Effie just smiled mischievously. What? You were the one who told me that you were researching passion. How are you going to learn passion without, getting a little taste of passion? In any case, I saved the best for last. That guy, he's so cute. Ah, if I wasn't a married woman of modest disposition, I would have gobbled him up myself. He's just, wow. Speak about tasty things. And you can tell that he hides a great body under that apron, as well. Nephice grabbed her hand forcefully. Effie. Stop talking. Effie's looked at her in confusion. Then, her smile slowly froze. She remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a stifled tone. "Oh. He's standing right behind me, isn't he?" Chapter 1697, Actionable Strategy. "He's standing right behind me, isn't he?" Nephi slowly released Effie's hand, suddenly feeling weak. It was too late. FOLL0W current novels on n/o/b/3l/b in co/m. Oh, gods. She briefly considered lighting the ferry on fire. That would resolve the situation, wouldn't it? Yes, she would not have to face Master Sunless, at least. That was an actionable strategy. But, no. No, she couldn't. The ferry had cast off moments after Effie showed up, which meant that the passengers would have nowhere to escape and drown in case of a fire. It also meant that Nephi's, Effie, and Master Sunless were stuck on the VIP deck, just the three of them, with nowhere else to go. There was no escape. Nephi's barely suppressed a shudder. I can summon my wings and flee. But that would mean leaving the charming young man alone with Effie. She was unwilling. No, actually, she was vehemently against it. For some reason. So, Nephi just stared at the boisterous huntress impassively and said in an even tone. Yes, he is. Effie trembled. Nephi wanted nothing more than to sigh and hide somewhere. She had just managed to regain her composure after the incident in the park. And now? Oh, no. Why did I think about what happened in the park? To her distress, the image of the beautiful enchanter making timid excuses for his clumsiness resurfaced in her mind, and all her composure evaporated. The memory of embracing him tightly surfaced next. At that moment, Nephi did something that she never thought she would do. Maintaining a nonchalant expression, she took a casual step left and hid behind Effie. With Effie's robust body hiding Nephi's from Master Sunless, she suddenly felt much better. Wow. Did you just heartlessly abandon a friend? Cassie's voice made her flinch. Nephi's gritted her teeth. I did not. I just retreated. To support her from the rear. Cassie answered with a dubious hum. Nephi's froze. Well, how do I say this? I am on the VIP deck, because Lady Nephi's invited me to be with her on the VIP deck. Her eyes widened slightly. Nephi's hand was suddenly burning from his soft touch. Do not. Spit your wine. Nephi's. She gulped the wine down and smiled weakly. Right. No, but how is his hand so soft? Nephi's used to have rough, calloused hands, the hands of a swordsman. Later, as her body was fortified and tempered by the awakening, ascension, and transcendence, it rid itself of imperfections. Those calluses were long gone, and her skin was flawless. And yet, it was nowhere near the smooth silkiness of the beautiful enchanter's hand. Nephi's was unyielding and lived a life that was harsh and full of hardships. So, she wasn't used to soft things. I'm spacing out. Luckily, so was Effie. She stared at the charming young man with her mouth agape, then slowly turned to Nephi's. Then, she looked back at Master Sunless. And then back at Nephi's. Nephi suddenly had a terrible premonition. Oh, no. Gradually, a wolfish grin appeared on Effie's face. Oh, no. She giggled. Oh. Oh, damn. I see. Wow. Cassie sure works fast. The boisterous huntress leaned closer and whispered in an intimate tone. All right. I've already given this one the talk about the birds and the bees. Master Sunless, who was looking at Nephi's with a prideful expression, as if asking her to praise his act, suddenly tensed. Effie, meanwhile, patted him on the shoulder. So, kids, let Auntie Effie explain safety to you now. Maintaining a calm expression, Nephi's turned and looked across the lake. The castle was so terribly far away. I've made a terrible mistake. In hindsight, Sonny should have known that he was digging his own grave. It was just that he did not see Effie often these days, and so, he had forgotten. That Effie's corrupting influence was just as terrible as the corruption of the void itself. No, was it even more terrible? In any case, the opportunities to stump the boisterous huntress were too rare. He simply could not pass on the chance to fluster her. More importantly, while Sunny knew that Nephice and Effie were close, Master Sunless had no way of knowing that. So, based on what he was supposed to know, the correct course of action had to be furthering the agreed-upon deception. Therefore, Sunny passed the wine to Nephice. And then took her hand. Why did he do that? Well, simply put, because he could. If there was an opportunity to hold Neff's hand, why would he not? Effie had accidentally provided him with a convenient reason, as well. It was all working out great. Sunny had promised himself to enjoy the odd situation, and he was going to enjoy it as much as he could. Neff's hand felt soft and cool in his grasp. He remained comparatively calm. That was not the first time the two of them held hands, after all, so there was no reason for him to lose composure. Sunny enjoyed the feeling silently, a small smile finding its way onto his face. Of course, it was only a familiar situation from his point of view. For Nephice, suddenly holding hands with a stranger must have been surprising. Her expression did not really change, but he could feel a subtle tension in her shoulders. It seemed that she was a bit uncomfortable with his bold action, maybe even dismayed by it. Ah, did I mess up? It was then that Effie's rattled expression slowly turned into a mischievous grin, and Sunny's eyes widened slightly. He had realized his mistake. But by then, it was already too late. Oh, gods. Soon, he found himself sitting on a sofa side by side with Nephice, listening to Effie explain contraception to them, in gruesome detail. What the hell? Weren't you the one who got pregnant in the middle of a disastrous military campaign? Why are you, of all people, telling me this stuff? On the other hand, perhaps Effie was the best person to teach people about safety, considering that she knew the consequences of carelessness better than most. Not that Sunny needed any teaching. Although, truth be told, his knowledge on the topic was mostly limited to the precautions meant for mundane people, awakened at most. At higher ranks of power, things progressively became much more complicated. Nephice remained silent and nonchalant, but he found himself listening with interest. There was business to be made there, as well. That was definitely the reason why he was paying attention. Wait, why I am acting this way? Ah, yes. We've had a surplus of produce at the farm for some time now, and the brilliant Emporium is our main buyer. I haven't had the pleasure of dining there often, though. Still, Master Sunless is an incredible chef. Oh, and he also helped us a lot by enchanting a few items for the farm. She hesitated for a moment, and then gave Nephice a bright smile and a thumbs up. Princess, I approve. Handsome, cooks well, and is great with his hands. The last part was said with emphasis, and accompanied by a wink. Nephice tilted her head in confusion. Well, yes. That is why I approached him. Effie choked on her wine again. Sunny, meanwhile, closed his eyes for a moment. He knew that Nephice failed to understand the double meaning in Effie's words, and was referring to his skill as an enchanter. However, did she forget that they had not shared the details about the sword commission with the huntress, yet? He let go of her hand, afraid that his palms would become sweaty. A memory commission. That is what she meant. Nephice looked at him strangely. Of course. What else would I have meant? Effie waved a hand in the air. Sure. I believe you. Followed by another wink. Damnation. Effie laughed, then put down her wine and looked at them, her eyes glistening with curiosity. Was that how the two of you first met? Nephice nodded. Yes. But Sunny, compelled by his flaw, answered at the same time. No. Both Nephice and Effie looked at him with surprise. Sunny forced out a smile. Crap. Nephice and Effie were staring at him in surprise, maintaining a smile. Sunny cursed inwardly. Over the years, he had gotten used to his flaw, and it rarely landed him in real trouble these days. That was why he had relaxed a little, allowing himself more leeway while holding conversations. There was also the fact that the true reason why the flaw was so dangerous, his true name, was gone now. But there were still things he should not say. Crap. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said calmly. Lady Nephice might not remember, but we actually met before. It would have been extremely inconvenient if she asked when or where, so before either Nephice or Effie could, he added of his own accord. We briefly met in Antarctica, near the end of the campaign. Both statements were true, and since he had volunteered them without being prompted, there was no question that would have demanded a more precise explanation. Of course, the statements were also not connected to each other, and although each of them was factual, together, they created a false impression. That Sunny had met Nephice for the first time in Antarctica. She raised an eyebrow. Really? I think I would have remembered someone so. She paused without finishing the sentence, remained silent for a moment, then added evenly. Remembered someone, so to speak. Huh? Her wording was a bit odd. Sunny pretended to be embarrassed. Oh, it was on the day the Sword King defended the SQSC. It might not have been very memorable for Lady Nephice, considering everything else that was going on. Well, I was also covered in dirt from head to toe, so anyone would have had trouble recognizing me. She stared at him for a few moments, and then asked suddenly. Was meeting me very memorable for you? Sunny froze momentarily. What kind of question is that? That meeting of theirs, yes, it was quite memorable. In fact, it was seared into his memory like a brand, still festering even after all these years. That was the moment he had learned about his existence being erased from the hearts of everyone who knew him, after all. Their actual first meeting was fresh in his memory, as well. Back then, on the bridge in front of the academy, he had been attracted by how aloof and detached from the world young Nephice looked, standing there calmly with her headphones on. He had also felt a subtle sense of kinship with her, because she had been the only other sleeper wearing the standard-issue police tracksuit, just like him. Sunny smiled. FOLL0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in co/m. I don't know her. Effie stared at her with a betrayed expression. Then, she whispered loudly. Come on, Neph. Help a sister out. Marry this guy fast so that I could save some money. Nephi's eye twitched a little. The ferry floated across the lake, slowly approaching the castle. The conversation flowed naturally, with Effie easing up on teasing them, a little, after getting her fill. Sunny was not supposed to know much about the inner workings of Bastion, so he mostly kept silent, letting the two women catch up after not seeing each other for a while. Effie was leaning back, looking at the water with a wistful expression. Anyway, I don't have much time to waste. As soon as we reach the castle, I'll be rounding up people and bringing them back to NQSC. There's trouble in the Western Quadrant, again. I'm afraid that I'll be gone for a while, this time. Nephi's frowned, a hint of concern written on her face. How bad is it? Effie chuckled. Bad enough that they're sending Jet, as well. That should tell you everything you need to know. Oh. I'm sorry, Master Sunless. Beast Farm is going to be gone from Bastion for a few weeks, maybe even a couple of months. You'll need to find a new supplier. He shook his head. That is okay. Don't worry about it. He had other means of getting ingredients, albeit not as fresh and delicious as what Effie's husband grew. The brilliant Emporium would have to cut down on food services, too, with him being busy following Neph around and crafting a memory. Effie smiled, then looked at Nephi's. What about you? Where are you off to next? I don't believe that those Valor Bast. She glanced at Sunny, then corrected herself. That those wise Valor elders will let you rest for long. Nephi's lingered for a moment, then answered in a calm tone. Back to Godgrave, I suppose. The huntress suddenly seemed excited. Oh, right. You must have met him. That mysterious saint, the Lord of Shadows, what is he like? Sunny was suddenly all ears. Gossiping about me, huh? How exciting. Pretending to be oblivious, Sunny looked at Nephi and Effie with a little bit of masterfully performed confusion. Nephi spared him a short glance, then shrugged. The Lord of Shadows, he is just as the rumors say. Immensely strong, more than a little bit sinister, and highly eccentric. Effie chuckled. Well, anyone who chooses to live in a death zone has to be a lunatic. Still, to be called immensely strong by you. Princess. I am at a loss for words. Is there really such a monster in the world? Sunny blinked. Hey. What did she mean, highly eccentric? He was the picture of perfect mental health. Well, maybe not. Still, Sunny was a little hurt. Nephi, meanwhile, smiled faintly. At the same time, he is nothing like what the rumors say. He is surprisingly considerate despite his tyrannical strength, kind despite wanting to appear sinister, and very shrewd despite his eccentricity. Effie blinked, then briefly glanced at Sunny with a strange expression. Princess, well, why are you smiling that way? In front of actually, never mind. Nephi raised an eyebrow. Oh? Was I smiling? I didn't mean to. Sunny took a sip of wine. No. Smile more. Why was Effie raining on his parade? What an insufferable woman. The insufferable woman in question, meanwhile, grinned. That's fine and all. But what does he look like? Is he handsome? I bet that even if he is, he can't be as handsome as Master Sunless. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Nephi shrugged again, seemingly uninterested in that topic. I don't know. The Lord of Shadows never shows his face. He is always either wearing a mask or a closed helmet. In fact, you can't even tell if there is a human body inside that armor, most of the time. Effie seemed excited, for some reason. Really? Damn, what a pity. I guess he's horribly disfigured. Or just naturally ugly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Wait, what if he is bald? Is he missing teeth? Did you say he never takes his armor off? He must really reek, then. Gods, what a slob. Master Sunless here is definitely way better. He smells very nice. Simply delicious, am I right, Master Sunless? Sunny stared at her wordlessly. Why is she dragging me into this? No, wait, what the hell does she mean, bald? I'm not bald. Oh, by the way, have you heard the news about the House of Night? It seemed that she really didn't want to talk about the Lord of Shadows anymore. Sunny, who had been excited before, was now unsure how he felt about it. It was nice to hear Nephi praise him, but also made him angry, for some reason? What was going on with him today? He spaced out for a few moments, listening to Nephi and Effie with one ear. Have they conquered another citadel? Effie nodded. Yes. It's the 7th one in 2 years, quite remarkable, actually. Their leadership has been making one miracle happen after another recently. I guess the descent of the Dream Gates really lit a fire under them. The House of Night has never been that active, that daring, or that successful before. Nephi sighed. It still won't help them maintain their position. They are at too great a disadvantage without a supreme. Not only in terms of raw power, but also in terms of relevance and population, both mundane and awakened. I'm afraid that the House of Night is damned to lose its status. That was true. But although the third great clan was now miles behind the other two, without any hope of catching up, it was still vitally important. Both because of the role its ships played in the waking world, and because of how they could break the balance of power in the upcoming war. An alliance with the House of Night could very well be the linchpin of the entire clash between the two domains. Not even due to their saints, but because the Twilight Sea bordered both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain in the south. Song and Valor were only clamoring to conquer Godgrave because the House of Night was stubbornly maintaining neutrality. If either of the great clans managed to lure the Nightwalkers to their side, they would be able to launch swift attacks into the enemy territory while bypassing the barrier of the death zone separating their territories. Effie grimaced. At least they are trying, and by the look of it, the House of Night is dead set on staying away from both valor and song. Well, I can understand why. Even if they join the winning side, there will be no future for them but to be absorbed and assimilated after the whole mess is over. Sunny sighed quietly. He wondered how Neve was doing somewhere out there, in the Twilight Sea. The friendly Nightwalker must be having it hard, considering how swiftly the fortunes of his clan had changed. Nephice, meanwhile, gave Effie a guarded look and then silently gestured to Sunny. You guys finally remembered that I'm not supposed to know anything about the war? Good for you. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shook her head. By the way, Master Sunless. Did you know that all the legacy clans are about to go to war? Nephi's eyes widened. Effie. The huntress smiled with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. A war for this beautiful, but dense princess right here. Now that she has shown interest in you, every legacy clan will probably scramble to get her hitched to one of their scions before it's too late. The elders of Clan Valor might put pressure on her, too. So, that talk about safety I gave you? Effie grinned. Forget everything said. As a former soldier, you must know the value of a preemptive strike, so, aim well and get her pregnant as soon as possible. That will show them. The wine glass cracked in Nephi's hand. Sunny did not move, but somewhere far away, the Lord of Shadows gracelessly fell off his throne. The ferry docked at the castle, the silence broken only by the bright sound of Effie laughing uncontrollably.